Chapter 791. With Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu in the lead, the longtime elders of North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island who had escaped danger were all stunned as well. If it had not been for the fact that the speaker was an esteemed disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Mu Jun of the Immortal Bridge stage, an uproar would definitely have arisen here. At this moment, everyone was unable to make a sound as they could only stare dazedly at Yan Zhaoge. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: how did he do it? King Xuanmu's situation back then could not possibly have been like Kang Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, trapped between a rock and a hard place, only able to hold his head and take the beating, right? Gu Hong's heart jolted slightly as he thought of how Yan Zhaoge had made use of the unique environment of the Wound of the Sky in the Phoenix-bearing region back then, causing both Luo Ziyuan and Madame Kang to suffer grievous injuries. Yet, Yan Zhaoge smiled. King Xuanmu personally descended to the Eight Extremities world, yet left the King Xian spear in the world beyond worlds. I thus obtained this treasure. When King Xuanmu returned afterwards, my father just happened to ascend to the world beyond worlds as well. In the end, my father slew King Xuanmu. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others nodded. I see. While the King Xian spear was not in King Xuanmu's hands, Yan Zhaoge possessed the extreme Yang seal. With the various shocking methods that he was currently displaying, he might still have a chance. Wait, something seems wrong? Someone stared wide-eyed. Your father just happened to ascend to the world beyond worlds before slaying King Xuanmu? The meaning of ascension should be that he has just refined his acupoints to become a god, right? Everyone else also reacted as they looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock. That was to say that a fourth-level martial saint who had just stepped into the Seeing Divinity stage had slain King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Even if King Xuanmu didn't possess the King Xian spear, this was still too inconceivable. While everyone was shocked, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained the same as he nodded mildly. That's right. My father has just ascended, breaking through the void and seeing divinity. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun looked at each other and recalled the shock they felt when they heard Chen Zhiliang mention this matter. This was especially so according to Chen Zhiliang's words. This was a person who had already been unable to be accommodated by the power of dimensions of the lower worlds at the third level of the martial saint realm. Even with Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun's foresight, they were impressed by such a genius. What amazed them even more was that there was another person like that in front of them. While they had not tried it, Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun deeply suspected that the Yan Zhaoge before them might very well surpass his father, being even stronger than him. Even if Yan Zhaoge of the mid-merging avatar stage were to descend to a lower world now, it might not be able to contain him. Even Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun were shocked to see two people with such talent and strength appear in the lower realm at the same time. Moreover, they were father and son. As the most outstanding disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, they themselves were the cream of the crop amongst the cream of the crop. Yet, even they could not help but sigh in admiration at this moment. While Mu Jun inwardly cursed that Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world did not even have a single Immortal Bridge martial saint, yet possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, it was just that. He was now very interested in this lower realm sect. Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu only had a single thought as they looked at Yan Zhaoge now. Only a fierce dragon would not cross the river, or it could be said that only a fierce dragon would not ascend to heaven. Gong Sun Wu's feelings were even more profound. Being able to defeat King Xuanmu was most likely equivalent to being able to defeat him as well. A person who had just stepped into the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early Seeing Divinity stage, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at the great sea down below, which endless magnetic storms were gradually surging once more, smiling. King Xuanmu has been slain. The peak figures of the Shinling 10 swords are all currently trapped in this clear scenic region. The Grand Xian dynasty has suffered a great loss in strength, but the four Lord Protectors still seem to be around. They are still a centipede that refuses to fall even when dead. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others all thought of this as well. Now, it seemed like it was precisely a chance for them to make good use of this opportunity to deal with the Grand Xian dynasty. What they were worried about was how Kong Ping and the others would deal with them after they had extricated themselves from the clear scenic region. After all, these were 3 immortal bridge martial saints. Still, looking at Yan Zhaoge before them, their hearts jolted slightly. When Kong Ping and the others had extricated themselves, how much would this youth before them have grown? Gu Hong and the others swiveled their heads to look at Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun by the side. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun seemed unconcerned about what Yan Zhaoge and Gu Hong were discussing. This instead gradually strengthened the confidence of those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Our sect intends to establish itself in the world beyond worlds. The location should be the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. I hope that Mr. Lin and Mr. Mu can help us with this matter. I also hope that Pavilion Lord Gu and Island Lord Gongsun can take care of it. Most of them already had some premonition about this. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu gazed at Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. Lin Hanhua said mildly, I have no objections. Still, I will have to ask my master first. If it was an ordinary sect of the lower worlds who wanted to establish a foundation in the world beyond worlds and establish a lineage, whether it was Lin Hanhua or Mu Jun within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would already be sufficient if either of them gave their permission. However, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain situation was special as they had caused a rather great disturbance which involved many things. With treasures of extraordinary significance like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown in hand, no one could say what they might bring about in the future. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun could not act on their own. Still, Mu Jun nodded, saying, I have no objections as well. It will be fine as long as Master allows it. If little friend Yen and your father are free, why don't you make a trip to Golden Court Mountain and meet my master? Yan Zhaoge smiled, of course. Seeing this, Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu said to Yan Zhaoge in unison, it is a joyous occasion that your lineage has established itself in the world beyond worlds. If there is a grand opening ceremony, we will definitely be there to offer our congratulations. Yan Zhaoge smiled, since that is so, this Yan will first thank you here. Thinking that the Grand Xian dynasty might not have received news from the clear scenic region in time, wanting to make use of this time to catch them unawares, Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu immediately cupped their hands towards Yan Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua, Mu Jun and the others. Everyone, we will take our leave. If the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the Green Plains Sword King have any instructions, feel free to inform us. We will naturally comply with Golden Court Mountain's orders. Lin Hanhua nodded. Not speaking as Mu Jun smiled, you are polite. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu specifically looked at Yan Zhaoge. It is all thanks to little friend Yan for saving us this time. We are extremely grateful. Little friend Yan is welcome to visit the Grinding Hut region at any time. Young Master Yan is welcome to visit Copper Men Island at any time. We will welcome you with open arms. Yan Zhaoge nodded, you are polite. This Yen will definitely be there in the future. After watching Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu leave, Yan Zhaoge looked at the vast, boundless great sea before him, a smile appearing slightly at the corners of his mouth as he felt much more relaxed. Now, the scenery of this Royal Reed Sea looks rather interesting. Chapter 792. Gu Hong, Gongsun Wu, and the others left. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun glanced at the clear scenic continent sea below and prepared to leave as well. While Zhuang Chaohui had fled, there were still peak experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory in the vicinity. After meeting up with Zhuang Chaohui, they could make a comeback at any time. As for Tang Yonghao, who possessed the Phoenix Bone, it was more appropriate to send him to Golden Court Mountain as soon as possible. They invited Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di to Golden Court Mountain together. Considering that it would be hard for the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect to cause trouble now, with the situation in the Royal Reed Sea finally looking rather optimistic, Yan Zhaoge also intended to head to Golden Court Mountain and meet the current ruler of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Southeastern Exalt. After all, their Broad Creed Mountain was planning to establish itself in the world beyond worlds and spread its branches. As for the problem of Zhuang Chaohui and the southern blazing heaven territory, it was more of a matter for Lin Hanhua and the others to consider. After taking his leave of Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun, Yan Zhaoge's group left the region of Sea of the Clear Scenic Region, heading for the Spirit Inheritance region via the Desert Mountain region. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Finally having achieved her wish, winning the Extreme Yin crown, while it was no longer an obsession, Feng Yunsheng had finally settled a load on her mind. However, she did not look relaxed at the moment. Zhuang Chaohui unexpectedly took Meng Wan away, causing Feng Yunsheng to be extremely worried. Feeling Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." While she was deeply attached to Meng Wan, having arrived late, Zhuang Chaohui should have only been able to see the scene of her and Meng Wan vying for the Extreme Yin crown in a life and death struggle. Even if Zhuang Chaohui wanted to kidnap someone to take revenge on Yan Zhaoge, it should also be her, Feng Yunsheng, and not Meng Wan. First, not speaking of the complicated feelings between him and Meng Wan due to the destruction of the Sacred Sun clan by Broad Creed Mountain, even if they were as close as they had been in the past, that would still be his relationship with Meng Wan. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan did not have much of a personal relationship to speak of. If Zhuang Chaohui had abducted Meng Wan due to his conflict with Yan Zhaoge, he would at most be trying to obtain more information about Yan Zhaoge from Meng Wan. Still, Zhuang Chaohui, who had come from the southern blazing heaven territory, most likely did not know about Meng Wan's situation, not knowing that she hailed from the Eight Extremities world just like Yan Zhaoge. Therefore, none of this made sense. The only explanation was that he had taken Meng Wan away because of Meng Wan herself. Actually, it had nothing to do with Yan Zhaoge and her, Feng Yunsheng. After the initial anxiety, Feng Yunsheng had already calmed down and gradually thought through the difficulties involved. It should not be because of the Extreme Yin physique. After all, the Extreme Yin crown was no longer in Meng Wan's hands. Therefore, there had to be some other reason. However, Feng Yunsheng didn't know if Meng Wan would suffer any unfortunate treatment after being taken away by Zhuang Chaohui. Although he wouldn't be refined like Tang Yonghao, it was still hard to predict. It was hard for Feng Yunsheng not to worry. Because no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out why Zhuang Chaohui wanted to take Meng Wan away. After coming to the world beyond worlds, Meng Wan had always been arranged by the Radiant Light sect to reside in seclusion at the Sun-Moon Peak, never leaving, as even many of the Radiant Light sect's own disciples had never seen her before. Before they met today, Zhuang Chaohui probably didn't even know about Meng Wan's existence. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, Feng Yunsheng thought for a moment, but still decided not to bring this up. Regarding Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan, Yan Zhaoge indeed did not have the intention of killing them off. On the contrary, he admired the two very much. However, there was a precondition for all this. It was that they had never truly been enemies with Broad Creed Mountain. This included Meng Wan, who had wielded the Extreme Yin crown in the Eight Extremities world that year. While she had influenced the situation and acted as a deterrent, she had not truly worn the Extreme Yin crown in a bloody battle against the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain at the end of the day. Therefore, whether it was to help Golden Court Mountain or to cause trouble for Zhuang Chaohui and the others, Yan Zhaoge did not mind saving Tang Yonghao, even helping him enter Golden Court Mountain. If Meng Wan lost the Extreme Yin crown, Yan Zhaoge would not make things difficult for her life. If Feng Yunsheng interceded from the side, Yan Zhaoge might even consider sending her back to the Eight Extremities world to reunite with her master. Still, if Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan wanted to become enemies with Broad Creed Mountain for the sake of the Sacred Sun clan, while Yan Zhaoge expressed understanding of their stance, he would similarly not hold back in his actions. Yan Zhaoge would also do such things from time to time, but he would never do it to his enemies. While Feng Yunsheng was very worried about Meng Wan, she also knew how difficult it would be to get her back from the Southern Exalt. Just like how it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Zhuang Chaohui to get Tang Yonghao after he had entered Golden Court Mountain. If Feng Yunsheng had to risk her life for Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng wouldn't even frown. However, If Yan Zhaoge were to risk his life for Meng Wan, that would be a little ridiculous. Even if he went, it would be for Feng Yunsheng. Unless there was some special reason, but at least for now, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng couldn't see any. Feng Yunsheng sighed in her heart. Of course, she could go by herself. However, if she met with danger, what was the difference between that and forcing Yan Zhaoge to go with her? For the sake of her little sister, she had dragged Yan Zhaoge into danger that she could have avoided otherwise. Was Meng Wan more important than Yan Zhaoge? Yan Zhaoge had foiled Zhuang Chaohui's plans to obtain the phoenix bone and killed the Southern Exalt's disciple Li Jing. The descendants of the Southern Exalt's lineage hated him to the core as they could not wait for him to send himself to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge asked about it, Feng Yunsheng could only pretend as if nothing had happened. However, the misfortune that Meng Wan might encounter on this trip was enough to make Feng Yunsheng feel uneasy. After the extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng did not relax in her cultivation. At this moment, however, she felt anxious and powerless once more. The urgency and desire that she had felt when she had unceasingly pursued the extreme Yin crown arose within her heart once more, causing her to strongly desire to be a little stronger, a little stronger. If she was strong enough, she would be able to attempt to save little Wan without implicating anyone else. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge smiled, worried about Meng Wan. Since Yan Zhaoge had already made it clear, there was no longer a need for Feng Yunsheng to continue hiding it. I wonder why that Zhuang Chaohui took her away. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I thought that I had already succeeded in establishing an omnipotent impression in your heart. Feng Yunsheng sighed, Zhuang Chaohui would love nothing more than for you to deliver yourself to him. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope has as many experts as there are clouds, the Southern Exalt even more so not to be trifled with. Also, this matter actually has nothing to do with you. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, you make me feel very hurt like this. You should know that all men hope for their women to rely on them a little more. Only then can their pride be satisfied. The stronger they are usually, the more moving they are when they are truly weak. Feng Yunsheng found this both exasperating and funny, you still need to find pride from me? Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, you're always different. Feng Yunsheng's heart softened as she inhaled deeply, shaking her head, it's best if you don't make a move. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, that's up to you. Feng Yunsheng said, actually, when Zhuang Chaohui took little Wan away back then, he did not show any desire to lust or hate her or vent his anger towards her. I felt that while he was furious over the matter of the phoenix bone, it was not targeted at little Wan as he seemed to bear no ill will towards her. Little Wan might not necessarily be in danger this time. Still, I cannot understand why he abducted little Wan away. That is why I can't feel at ease. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, in the Eight Extremities world, I never heard of Meng Wan's family background. You entered the Sacred Sun clan before her, do you know about her family's situation? Chapter 793. Little Wan is an orphan like me. Feng Yunsheng answered, therefore, she and her master share a deep bond as they are like mother and daughter. Yan Zhaoge asked, have you heard her mention her birth parents? Feng Yunsheng shook her head, little Wan herself said that she has no impression of her birth parents at all. Ever since she was born, she has been an orphan with no other relatives. She looked at Yan Zhaoge, could it be that you mean? Yan Zhaoge shook his head, I don't know either. It is just that the only explanation that Meng Wan hails from the world beyond worlds now seems plausible. Zhang Chao was the first person in the history of the Eight Extremities world to ascend to the world beyond worlds. Meng Wan, Tang Yonghao, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were the first batch of people who had yet to attain the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm but had gone to the world beyond worlds via a special method. Still, while it was difficult for the Eight Extremities world to go to the world beyond worlds, there had long since been people who had descended from the world beyond worlds, and not just one or two at that. The powerful existence who had left behind the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown aside, the painting Saint Old Man Mo had been the closest. Logically speaking, Meng Wan should not have met Zhuang Chaohui before. Before meeting in the underwater palace, Zhuang Chaohui should not have known of her existence. From Zhuang Chaohui's words, he and those related to him should not have been to the Eight Extremities world before, also not knowing of such a lower world. The only possibility then was that Zhuang Chaohui knew someone related to Meng Wan, or the Southern Exalt knew someone related to Meng Wan. Someone had gone to the Eight Extremities world to give birth to Meng Wan. Or perhaps such a person had brought Meng Wan to the Eight Extremities world before leaving her behind. It was just that it was unknown where this person was now. He had most likely not remained in the Eight Extremities world, having already returned to the world beyond worlds or having already passed away. Yan Zhaoge said, "There is another possibility, but this one is rather low. Meng Wan herself is still hiding some secrets. For example, she might have obtained some special treasure like Tang Yonghao did, or she might have some special cultivation physique and whatnot. We do not know, but Zhuang Chaohui saw through it. Thus, he abducted Meng Wan purely for profit, not having any other intentions." Feng Yunxing thought for a moment and said, "The possibility is indeed low." Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, saying, "Therefore, the former possibility is still more likely. The reason lies in Meng Wan's background. Perhaps this little sister of yours is actually of extremely noble birth, having previously been stranded in the Eight Extremities world because a princess had met with misfortune." Feng Yunxing smiled bitterly. "That's too bizarre." Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, "She is like a sister to you. In consideration of wishing for her to be safe and sound, it would be best if her background was a little more distinguished. That way, whether Zhuang Chaohui wants to sell her to some major figure, or if she is a rare commodity with ulterior motives, at least Meng Wan herself would not suffer, as long as she still has value in Zhuang Chaohui's eyes. However, in consideration of our broad Creed Mountain's interests, if Meng Wan really flies up the tree branch and becomes a phoenix, it would be hard to say whether she would make use of it to help the Sacred Sun clan make a comeback." Yan Zhaoge raised two fingers. Great figures who are used to being lofty and aloof generally have two attitudes towards their children who have returned home after being lost outside. Either because they are too unfamiliar with them, not having any feelings for them and thus not valuing them, or because they have regrets, they compensate them by double the amount, giving them whatever they want. Feng Yunxing stared at Yan Zhaoge for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. "I have always felt that I have a loose tongue, but you are even more talkative than me. Now that you've said it, I'm almost not even worried about little Wan anymore, instead being worried about our broad Creed Mountain." Yan Zhaoge said smilingly, "Broad Creed Mountain and I both need to worry, but you don't need to. You've already hugged this thigh well." Feng Yunxing shook her head. "In that battle with me, little Wan did her best and has a clear conscience. As long as I am at Broad Creed Mountain, little Wan will most likely not do anything to harm our clan. It is more likely that she will be like senior apprentice brother Tang Yonghao, thinking of a way to rebuild the Sacred Sun clan's foundation. Right now, what little Wan is most worried about should still be her master." Feng Yunxing sighed. "I don't care if her two slender legs will become thick legs for me to hug. I only hope that she will be safe this time." Yan Zhaoge said, "Next, I will be making a trip to the Southeastern Exalt's Dao Arena, Golden Court Mountain. Perhaps I will be able to obtain more clues there and learn why Zhuang Chaohui abducted her. That way, I will have a general idea of what is going on and be able to ascertain Meng Wan's safety." He stroked his lower chin. "I can go out and take a look at various places this time. If Meng Wan really originated from the world beyond worlds, it might not just be Zhuang Chaohui who knows her. The threat of the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Xian dynasty still existed. But it was no longer imminent." Yan Zhaoge also did not have to continue operating in the Royal Reed Sea. At the very least, it was not to the extent where he could not leave the Royal Reed Sea for even a moment. Otherwise, the Grand Xian dynasty in the Radiant Light sect would forever be like sharp swords hanging above the Eight Extremities world and Broad Creed Mountain, bringing about a calamity of destruction at any time. In this kind of situation, who would have the leisure to care about other things? Now, he had the time to roam the various places of the world beyond worlds. The whereabouts of his mother, Xue Chuqing, had always been a mystery. Now, he finally had a chance to search for her. If he went to various places, he could also inquire about Meng Wan's affairs. Perhaps there might be some gains from Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. There were many people at the clear scenic region just now, so there was no harm in asking them later. Yan Zhaoge consoled Feng Yunsheng even as he controlled the myriad dragon palace, traversing the air as they hurried over to the spirit inheritance region to meet up with Yan Di. On the way, there was another matter that left Yan Zhaoge not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Having devoured the heart-blood and demonic heart of the Taotai, Pan Pan's figure had become extremely huge, his demonic qi even harder to control, appearing both berserk and anxious. As a pure-blooded Pixiu, Pan Pan had an excellent foundation. However, his original cultivation base and strength were far too lacking compared to that Taotai. As a result, he was somewhat unable to digest the demon heart. Speaking of which, the Pixiu's innate ability to devour was also very powerful. Although it was not as famous as Taotai, it was still a good that could eat the world with its big mouth. Fortunately, this was the case. If it had been another spirit beast, it would have exploded and died. Still, if you can get past this, you will probably immediately be able to go through a complete transformation. Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's fur before consecutively drawing 7 seals on the palms, chest, abdomen, back and head of his 4 claws. These seals all originated from the profundities of the life creation heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge still had not systematically cultivated in the life creation heavenly scripture yet. Still, with his foundation in the peerless heavenly scripture, he could still be considered to have a superficial understanding of it. With the help of these 7 seals, Pan Pan instantly felt much more comfortable. Yan Zhaoge checked his gains from this underwater palace. Let me see. That Qi Wei had quite a few things in his luggage. Is there anything of use that can help you alleviate some of your pain? While he was only at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, as a formation grandmaster, Qi Wei had brought along a great amount of treasures for setting up formations, which were rather abundant. Huh? Yan Zhaoge had been very happy at first, but his movements suddenly halted. His pupils contracted slightly, and he took out a small box from his bag. After opening it, he stared at the medicinal pill inside. Encompassing abundance golden pill. This is a pill that only the Heavenly Court's divine palace possessed in pre-Great Calamity times. This Qi Wei actually has one. Chapter 794. As the small brocade box was opened, spiritual qi instantly overflowed as a soothing medicinal fragrance suffused the entire myriad dragon palace. A perfectly round pill lay quietly within the brocade box, flickering with a faint golden light as a thin layer of purple qi rose and coiled on its surface, not dissipating for a long time. Yan Zhaoge stared at this pill with a distant gaze. Even before he had opened the brocade box earlier, Yan Zhaoge had already vaguely sensed something. At the time, he had still thought that he had been imagining things. Still, after he had opened the brocade box and seen the pill itself, he no longer had any doubts as he immediately recognized it. This pill was known as the encompassing abundance golden pill, its effects shocking. If mortals consumed it, their longevity would be extended, their youth eternal. They would be able to sense the heavens and listen to the decrees of the heavenly court. Those on the brink of death would immediately be revived, the dead would be revived, flesh would grow on bones. If martial practitioners consumed it, they would be able to connect with beyond the 9 heavens, drawing in the purest, most miraculous immortal qi from beyond the heavens into their bodies, benefiting them greatly. This pill had only existed in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times as it had been stored in the Pill Hall of the Divine Palace. Even the immortals of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had rather desired such a pill, as consuming it would allow them to connect with and breathe in the peak immortal qi of the 9 heavens. If one's cultivation base was insufficient, only an extremely small minority would be able to enjoy such a treatment. While consuming the encompassing abundance golden pill and breathing in the immortal chi of beyond the heavens would only be a very small trace of it, just this trace was already incomparably precious. The current world beyond worlds was extremely abundant in spiritual chi, far surpassing that of lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world, the floating life world and the flame devil world. Having just arrived here, Yan Zhaoge felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times. Still, it was only to a similar extent. Compared to the most beautiful times of pre-Great Calamity times, the world beyond worlds was still slightly inferior. Perhaps the new Kunlun mountain of the central June Heaven territory would be better than the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, the environment of the great thousand worlds of before the Great Calamity was similarly divided into different grades. The divine palace, heavenly court above the 9 heavens was indisputably superior. In the divine palace celestial court, the divine palace celestial chi could only be found in the highest grade of the 9 heavens. Only a few people in the divine palace celestial court could come into contact with it. The rarity and preciousness of the immortal chi from beyond the heavens, and the wonders of the encompassing abundance golden pill could be seen from this. After the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace fell, and many treasures were destroyed along with it. Yan Zhaoge didn't know much about the fate of the pill hall. He also didn't know what had happened to the large amount of divine pills and miraculous medicines stored within. However, he did not expect to see an encompassing abundance golden pill today. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Just this encompassing abundance golden pill was worth more than the sum of everything else in Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch. He rummaged through the shadow shrinking pouch again and found a book, the contents of which were some of Qi Wei's personal notes. Most of it was Qi Wei's own understanding of array formations, or he had recorded it down after seeing some ancient array ruins when he was traveling outside. It was not systematic and messy. It could be seen that it was casually recorded. It also included some unique experiences. It mentioned that he had coincidentally obtained this encompassing abundance golden pill when he had been out once. While Qi Wei didn't recognize the encompassing abundance golden pill, he could vaguely sense that this pill had boundless miraculous uses that he was unable to understand. Ever since having come to the Royal Reed Sea, because he had to take care of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation, Qi Wei had been living in seclusion most of the time. He had occasionally gone out and obtained the encompassing abundance golden pill, feeling its mysteriousness and profundities. He had decided to deal with it cautiously, first analyzing it thoroughly before dealing with it. Some of Qi Wei's experiences in analyzing this pill were also recorded in his notebook. Sadly for him, he had been so busy afterwards that even on the day of his death, he had still not been able to clearly understand the origins of the encompassing abundance golden pill. Yan Zhaoge held the small brocade box, pondering silently. To him, this encompassing abundance golden pill was a supreme treasure. From a certain perspective, its value was even greater than that of a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, whether or not it could be converted into cash would depend on how much he would gain after consuming it. It was not like sacred artifacts which were powerful weapons that could be immediately used. Even if one's cultivation base was insufficient, it would still be able to exert some of its effects. When one's cultivation base was sufficient, it would immediately become a supreme weapon. Still, if one could exert its effects, its value would be hard to estimate in the long run. Still, Yan Zhaoge was more interested in where Qi Wei had obtained this encompassing abundance golden pill from. The pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace that year had been a supreme treasure ground that was not inferior to the martial repository at all. Even Yan Zhaoge felt dazzled just thinking about what had been stored within. Even though the pill hall had been destroyed, if he could find as many of the pills stored within, it would indisputably be a bountiful treasure trove to the extreme. Carefully studying Qi Wei's notebook and inspecting that encompassing abundance golden pill, Yan Zhaoge made a discovery: densely covered with heavenly flame trees. Heavenly flame trees do not seem to grow in the climate of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, there should be places in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory where they grow. When the time comes, I'll ask around and see where heavenly flame trees grow. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before keeping the brocade box that contained the encompassing abundance golden pill. It was currently still not the optimal time for him to consume this pill. He would just keep it for now. After keeping the encompassing abundance golden pill, Yan Zhaoge settled his thoughts and calmed his mind before inspecting the other items within Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch once more. Yan Zhaoge selected a disaster-relieving stone crystal and a stalk of miraculous jade grass, directly tossing them into Pan Pan's mouth. Pan Pan opened his mouth wide and swallowed them, blinking his eyes as the restless aura surrounding his body grew more subdued. There were a total of 7 sigils on his head, chest, back and palms which quietly circulated and boosted his life force, aiding him in unceasingly refining the power of the Taoyue's demonic heart. A moment later, the distorted blood vessels on the surface of Pan Pan's body finally gradually calmed, no longer protruding from the surface of his body. His massive figure gradually shrank as well. Pan Pan blinked his big eyes, letting out a huge yawn. Lying down, he directly fell asleep. Yan Zhaoge smiled, patting his big head. His Northern Ocean clone was currently seated in the meditative position as well. Through the heaven-swallowing sword box and Pan Pan, the Northern Ocean clone had similarly absorbed a portion of the Taoyue's demonic blood into his body and was currently in the process of refining it. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, Yan Zhaoge pondered, with the Kunpeng art as his foundation and a great amount of the blood of a true dragon and the blood of a Tao Tai within his body, he might be able to walk on a completely new path. The Myriad Dragon Palace led them away from the clear scenic region, traversing the desert mountain region and arriving at the Spirit Inheritance region. Due to the unparalleled battle earlier, the Spirit Inheritance region had been ravaged to the point of being barren for tens of thousands of li, its seawater virtually drying up. Afterwards, the tides of the surrounding region of sea had naturally poured in to replenish it. Such a large-scale movement had caused the climate of this part of the Royal Reed Sea to become extremely chaotic, storms and tsunamis unceasingly raging as they had yet to completely calm down even now. Still, it was just insignificant compared to the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region. As Yan Zhaoge's group passed by the former headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, the Sun-Moon Peak had already been leveled to the ground with no traces of it remaining. Heading north, the wound of the sky gradually appeared in the horizon. Not far away from the spatial crevice, a man sat in the meditative position, a saber placed horizontally across his knees. Chapter 795. A white-clothed girl stood beside Yan Di. It was none other than Xiao Ai. Seeing the Myriad Dragon Palace appear in the distance, Xiao Ai instantly cried out in joy, "Son-in-law! Son-in-law! Young master and the others have returned." Yandi's eyesight was far stronger than hers as he had long since seen it as he smiled and nodded, "That's right." Seeing Yan Zhaoge first smiled, "The extreme Yin crown is ours." "Oh." Yandi's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at Feng Yunsheng, who smiled and nodded. Yan Zhaoge narrated in detail everything that had happened in the underwater palace earlier. Hearing this, Yan Di too clicked his tongue in wonder, sighing in amazement. The Radiant Light sect had been breached by the Grand Xian dynasty, the experts who had fled with their chief Luo Ziyuan all trapped at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. The 4 peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty, the 3 immortal bridge martial saints Kang Ping, He Dongcheng and Gu Zhang as well as King Xuanmu who possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, had all been defeated this time. Kang Ping and the other 2 were trapped in the black hole at the bottom of the sea. Although they were not dead, they would not be able to escape for at least a few years. Even the formation Grandmaster Qi Wei who was able to display special effects under certain conditions had been personally slain by Yan Zhaoge in the depths of the sea. The haze that had previously enveloped Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain virtually dissipated in a single day. While Kang Ping and the others would have a chance to reappear in the Royal Reed Sea once more, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would at least have ample time to plan. Obtaining the extreme Yin crown and the evil sword Tao Tai, these two great high-grade sacred artifacts, was an even greater gain. With regards to the Southern Exalt's side, we just have to raise our vigilance. With the matter of the Phoenix Bone having arisen, the Southeastern Exalt of Golden Court Mountain will undoubtedly view this matter with greater importance as more experts will come to the Royal Reed Sea. Yen Di said, "What we need to do now is to digest these gains, making use of this time to improve ourselves so as to face the future." Yen Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. The Grand Xian dynasty is like a centipede that dies but does not falter. Withdrawing their forces into a defensive position, they might still be able to put up a fight. There is no need for us to be in a hurry to gain territory in the Royal Reed Sea right now. The true victor will only be decided after Kang Ping and the others have extricated themselves from the depths of the clear scenic region. Before this, we only had to ensure that we had a stable footing in the world beyond worlds. While the Grand Xian dynasty still has experts like the four Lord Protectors, without high-grade sacred artifacts and without Kang Ping and the others, they would not dare to act impudently. Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was currently the sole immortal bridge marshal saint native to the Royal Reed Sea. With the Grand Xian dynasty having lost the King Xian spear and Kang Ping's trio trapped at the bottom of the sea, Gu Hong's deterrence in the Royal Reed Sea had instantly skyrocketed. A hint of a smile appeared on Yen Di's face. "In the clear scenic region this time, not only has your relationship with Golden Court Mountain improved, your entanglements deepening, you have also caused the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island to owe you a huge favor. This is an intangible gain that is incomparable to something tangible like the extreme Yin crown." Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Without the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect, with the help of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island, it will basically be stable for our sect to expand here in the world beyond world's Royal Reed Sea. The people of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory will naturally be taken care of by the Southern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. The only ones we have to worry about are actually peak experts like the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide who are active in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. If they become greedy, we still have to be careful." Yen Zhaoge shrugged as he said this. His sect was just too wealthy, while the cultivation bases of those of Broad Creed Mountain currently still seemed rather weak. While they were actually not weak, they still seemed rather unmatched against supreme treasures like the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown, the King Xian spear and the evil sword Tao Tai. Yen Zhaoge felt that the Southeastern Exalt and his disciple did not intend to kill and plunder. While the origins of the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yang seal might cause many to feel wary, there would always be those who would take the risk out of desperation. Those who cultivated in martial arts were mostly those who were bold to the extreme. As opposed to those who were filled with misgivings and hesitant to advance, a considerable number of people actually pursued the principle of, do it first and think later. There were desperados everywhere. Moreover, just from the information that he currently possessed, Yen Zhaoge did not feel that the two major figures, the exalted solar luminary or the exalted lunar luminary, would be standing behind him and supporting him. If others saw through this, they might pounce on him like a pack of wolves and tigers. What he had to do now was to work hard and improve himself before that happened. At that time, if someone really did come knocking on their door, it would be a pleasant surprise for them. Right, speaking of this, I wonder if that major figure behind the Grand Xian dynasty will send more manpower to the Royal Reed Sea now that we have spoiled their plans? After all, Kang Ping and the others will be stuck at the bottom of the sea for quite a few years. Yen Zhaoge said, "This is also something worth considering." Yen Di shook his head. "Even if they come, they will only be able to maintain a low profile, peacefully plotting the matter of that heaven-bearing effecate formation. Their hands and feet will be tied as they will not be able to cause trouble for us." Yen Zhaoge grunted, "Right. Otherwise, the Southeastern Exalt should not be able to suppress his anger." He looked at Yen Di, "Come with me to Golden Court Mountain." If Broad Creed Mountain wanted to establish a lineage in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they would have to inform Golden Court Mountain first. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun would not be able to act on their own as the Southeastern Exalt's personal approval was required. While Yan Zhaoge had caused a major disturbance in the Royal Reed Sea, in terms of legacies, Yan Di was the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain. It would be fine if he had not ascended to the world beyond worlds. Since he had already arrived there, it was naturally appropriate for him to meet the Southeastern Exalt. Right, I will go to Golden Court Mountain with you. Yan Di nodded slowly. It is just that I will have to trouble Master to remain in the Eight Extremities world for a while longer. The current situation in the Royal Reed Sea was already stable, as it would be hard for any major enemies to threaten the Eight Extremities world through the wounds of the sky. Even if there were, Yuan Zhengfeng would still be able to deal with them. Therefore, Yan Di no longer had to continue guarding the entrance to the wounds of the sky. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Ai, smiling. After going to Golden Court Mountain, we can go look for Mother's whereabouts. The smile on Yan Di's face deepened as he shook his head. Let's see what happens to us. Our time is actually still rather tight. While we have yet to meet the Southeastern Exalt, just based on the matter of the Phoenix Bone, I think that the Southeastern Exalt will probably agree to our lineage establishing a foothold here, Yan Zhaoge said. Establishing a lineage is no small matter. There are many things that must be prepared. Even if we head to Golden Court Mountain together, we will still need someone to do the preparatory work, setting up the framework. Yan Di asked, still, other than those who are currently standing here, the rest of our lineage are still in the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. Each time you use the paper fan of divine wood, you will have to recuperate for a long time. It is equivalent to a one-way trip. Yan Zhaoge took out Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch, smiling. My gains in various aspects this time are many, even though that original owner might not have known that his things could be put to use in such a manner. Chapter 796. Yan Zhaoge had gained quite a bit from Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch. The things that Qi Wei had stored in his shadow shrinking pouch were all categorized in an orderly manner. Most of them were grouped together according to the various materials needed to set up a certain formation. This way, it would be convenient for him to retrieve these treasures at any time and then set up the formation he wanted in the shortest time possible to face the enemy. After inspecting for a moment, Yan Zhaoge discovered that some seemingly unrelated things, when put together, could actually be of great use. While Yan Zhaoge had not cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture after having spent a long time in the wound of the sky in the phoenix-bearing region back then, he had a deeper understanding of the wounds of the sky now. Over this period of time, Yan Zhaoge had already begun attempting to forge a treasure to protect martial practitioners whose cultivation bases had yet to reach the seeing divinity martial saint realm as they traversed the wounds of the sky between the world beyond worlds and other worlds. The theoretical progress was very gratifying, just that Yan Zhaoge's materials were limited. This time, after seizing Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch, he had found some suitable materials within it. Yan Zhaoge immediately began instructing the Northern Ocean clone in the refinement. Seeing this from the side, Yan Di clicked his tongue in wonder. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's explanation of the technique, he too began trying it out. After some effort, some jade pendants that looked ordinary yet contained intricate craftsmanship were delivered to Yan Zhaoge and the others. This was something that Yan Zhaoge had come up with himself. Since there had never been such a thing before, he naturally named it the Heavenly Connection Jade. Due to the lack of materials, their current quantity was still relatively limited. However, Yan Zhaoge was already prepared to purchase some more materials during his trip this time. It would be best if you did not suppress your cultivation, as it would clash with your saber intent, said Yan Zhaoge. Yan Di did not go overboard as he nodded. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone wielded the Heavenly Connection Jade, walking towards the wound of the sky before him. Master still has to sit over the Eight Extremities world for a period of time. Yan Di said, still, second senior apprentice brother is just right. Not only can he manage the opening of the clan together with me, the environment here is also more beneficial for his cultivation. The heavy injuries he suffered in the earth domain took up a lot of his time, and it hurt his vitality. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. He looked at Yan Di. is second apprentice uncle still a transcending mortality martial grandmaster now? Yen Di nodded, that's right. He was previously injured, and the heaven-returning divine pill could only ensure that his injuries would not relapse. Still, it would severely affect his future cultivation. It was all thanks to the life creation heavenly scripture that Yuan Jingfeng had brought back from the floating gate world that Fang Zhuan had completely recovered from his injuries. Now, he once again had the chance to advance forward. However, the years that Fang Zhuan had wasted previously were real. However, at the peak of the great grandmaster realm, improvement was difficult to begin with. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood was even more a heavenly moat that was hard for ordinary people to surmount. At the end of the day, people like Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were few and far between. The transcending mortality martial grandmasters and even martial saints of the Eight Extremities world had virtually all been stuck at the doorstep of the martial saint realm for over a decade or even decades. With Fang Zhuan's talent and strength, he could afford to waste this bit of time. It was just that the gap between him and Yen Di was even greater now as compared to before, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. Second apprentice uncle's heart is firm and resolute. While he sometimes goes to the extreme, as long as he passes through this bottleneck, he will definitely soar into the heavens afterwards, Yen Zhaoge said. With the life creation heavenly scripture and the hearts will thunder incantation, Broad Creed Mountain's overall martial prowess had risen to a whole new level. The more outstanding a figure like Yen Di and Fang Zhuan, the greater their benefits would be. Having come to the world beyond worlds where the spiritual qi was more abundant and the environment more superior, their future path would inevitably be much smoother than in the Eight Extremities world. Yen Di said, actually, with the life creation heavenly scripture and the hearts will thunder incantation, with second apprentice brother's comprehension abilities, he should be able to challenge transcending mortality and entering sainthood very soon. What he needs the most now is actually to enter secluded cultivation. While there are pros and cons to finding him in such a hurry, he is the most suitable candidate. Yen Di sighed, I'll just have to trouble second apprentice brother to help me for a while. After seeing the southeastern exalt, I will return to the royal reed sea. That way, second apprentice brother will be able to cultivate peacefully in the superior environment of the world beyond worlds, breaking through sooner. He looked at Yen Zhaoge, regarding Chuqing's whereabouts, I will mainly be relying on you during this period of time. Yen Zhaoge secretly pulled back the corners of his mouth. He believed that Yen Di wanted to find Chuqing's whereabouts even more urgently than he did, yearning even more for the day when they could reunite. It was just that as the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, he had his own responsibilities. Most of the time, personal matters would have to be put aside for later. Speaking of this, whether it was the firm and stern eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai, the outwardly amiable and inwardly tough second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan or the unyielding and domineering Yen Di, they were all the same in this regard. This could all have originated from the teachings and grooming of his Grand Master Yuan Jingfeng. If there is any news then, I will inform you at once, Yen Zhaoge said. Yen Di nodded, continuing, second apprentice brother aside, senior apprentice sister Fu has always been in the vast ocean world presiding over the situation. Let senior apprentice uncle He or senior apprentice uncle Zhang replace her and invite her to the world beyond worlds. The most outstanding disciples of the younger generation shall be chosen to come to the world beyond worlds together. The environment here is much superior to that of the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. The earlier the younger disciples come, the better. Having established our lineage in the world beyond worlds, we will naturally accept new disciples as well. Still, the original disciples will still be our initial foundation. These disciples of Broad Creed Mountain who had come from the Eight Extremities world would undoubtedly possess an extremely high sense of honor and cohesiveness. Yen Di said, as time passes, the Eight Extremities world will gradually change, mainly being used for the grooming of future talents. Since we have decided to establish ourselves in the world beyond worlds, we will have to do so here. Yen Zhaoge memorized all of this, his Northern Ocean clone relaying it to those of Broad Creed Mountain. With the Northern Ocean clone suppressing his cultivation base this time, Yan Zhaoge even specially prepared a dimensional traversing technique to replace the lofty prestige mirror, making it convenient for him to head to the vast ocean world. At Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, the Northern Ocean clone met with Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, describing in detail his various experiences in the world beyond worlds as well as the current situation. After hearing this, everyone of Broad Creed Mountain felt inspired and encouraged. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand, Fang Zhuan being the first to use the Heavenly Connection Jade to head to the world beyond worlds. The Northern Ocean clone brought along the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan and some younger disciples, heading to the vast ocean world. The Northern Ocean clone met up with Fu Enshu and the others there before heading to the world beyond worlds from the Wound of the Sky in the Phoenix-bearing region. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di watched as the Wound of the Sky shook before a middle-aged man walked out from within the next moment. Looking at Fang Zhuan, who still had a gentle and elegant appearance despite his long beard, Yan Zhaoge was filled with emotion. "Second apprentice uncle, how have you been?" Fang Zhuan smiled, "We will also have a family after this. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. If you continue to travel outside, it might not be so easy. Our enemies will come looking for us to settle the score." Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly, "Therefore, we have to be even more powerful." Chapter 797. Broad Creed Mountain's Grand Elder Zhang Kuan took over Fu Enshu's duties in the vast ocean world, presiding over the vast ocean world. Over the years, Fu Enshu had brought along a group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples to reside in the vast ocean world's Changli Mountain as guests, outstanding talents emerging in large numbers as they had made a great name for themselves in the vast ocean world. While no more martial saints had emerged and Yan Zhaoge himself had not appeared in the world for a long time, the position of descendants of Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world was currently rather transcendent. The situation in the vast ocean martial world would change from time to time. It was already different from when Yan Zhaoge had last been here. However, to Broad Creed Mountain, this did not affect them much, as they were more like sitting peacefully at home, quietly watching the wind and rain. During this time, there were also people who returned to the Eight Extremities world, and new disciples of Broad Creed Mountain were also sent there to undergo tempering. Fu Enshu herself stood at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the peak of the late Essence Talisman stage, and could break through to the Transcending Mortality stage at any time. After handing things over with Zhang Kuan, she had brought along Ying Longtu, Sikong Qing, and the other young disciples, following Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone to Tribulation Wind Mountain where the Wound of the Sky was located. The dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil world was sealed by the four of them with the Tai Imperial breaking formation that year, so there is no need to care about it. Instead, you once mentioned that Shenli opened a dimensional passageway at the Heavenly Thunder Hall. How is it now? Fu Enshu asked as she walked. Back then, Yan Zhaoge had made some simple preparations for that passageway, temporarily sealing it off. Afterwards, because Broad Creed Mountain's attention had been focused on guarding against the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had never paid much attention to that dimensional passageway that might lead to a certain world. Yan Zhaoge answered, "Currently, our sect's primary goal is still to establish a foothold in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, I use this clone to reinforce the seal in the future. Unless someone whose cultivation surpasses my Northern Ocean clone forcibly opens it, it will be impossible to pass through. The natives of the two lower worlds rarely have such powerful existences. We don't have to worry about it for the time being." Fu Enshu nodded slowly, "This is fine as well. I heard from the second batch of disciples who came to the vast ocean world that junior apprentice brother Yen had once investigated the entrance. It seems to be a rather primitive world." Yan Zhaoge said, "I have heard my father mention it before. When the dust has completely settled here in the world beyond worlds, we can make some time to take a look." Other than Ying Longtu and Sikong Qing, there was also Xue Fei and Shi Jun, master and disciple. Shi Jun's mother, Ying Yuzhen, was still unconscious. Although his injuries had gradually recovered, he was still in a coma. This caused Yan Zhaoge to feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he inspected it once more. Previously, his cultivation realm was slightly lower. Perhaps there was something deeply hidden that he did not notice. As the Northern Ocean clone investigated, he finally discovered something strange. An indistinct seal could be seen in the depths of Yun's soul. Fearing that he had seen wrongly, the Northern Ocean clone led them all through the wound of the sky to the phoenix-bearing region of the world beyond world's royal reed sea before sending them all to the spirit inheritance region. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di examined it as well, finally confirming that there really was a profound seal within Yun's soul. With the current cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, they could only barely detect the existence of the seal. Still, they were unable to undo it, also unable to investigate what exactly was sealed within. Look at June. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both nodding imperceptibly. After a round of inspection, their gazes were both rather solemn. There was also a seal within the depths of Shi Jun's soul. Still, it was different from the seal within Yun's soul. The difference between the two seals might be the reason why Shi Jun had awoken normally after recovering from his injuries while Yun had remained in a deep slumber. It was just a pity that they could not tell what exactly the seal was. Yan Zhaoge frowned. It was only with his current high cultivation base that he was able to see through it. When his cultivation base had been lower in the past, he would have been unable to detect the existence of the seal at all. From this, it could be seen that the one who had set down the seal was either extremely powerful or had extremely strange and brilliant methods. When June, and sister-in-law Yun slept together in the ice coffin and were brought along by senior apprentice brother Shi, they should have only been moving about in the eight extremities world. They should not have come into contact with such powerful existences, right? Yan Zhaoge pondered, if their methods are too strange, it might be related to the 9 underworlds. Sadly, Shi Songtao had already been dead for many years. It was hard to know what he and his wife had experienced back then. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di could only temporarily set this matter aside and slowly study it. Senior apprentice brother Fang, senior apprentice sister Fu, I will have to trouble you with the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea from here on out. Yan Di said to Fang Zhuan and Fu Enshu, regarding the construction of buildings and the various other constructions, we can slowly work on them. There is also no need for us to be in a rush to expand into the outside world. It is enough for us to first stabilize our footing. If there are any matters, we can contact the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. Due to Zhaoge's management, these two major powers of the Royal Reed Sea are on friendly terms with us, being able to help each other out. They can be considered trustworthy allies. If there is a great danger or a problem that cannot be resolved, where there is life, there is hope. I can make use of the remaining heavenly connection jades to immediately return to the 8 extremities world through the wound of the sky. With Master there, it will be much safer. Yan Di said, if nothing unexpected happens, the disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage in the Royal Reed Sea can be trusted. If something major happens, we can ask them for help. Fang Zhuan nodded, your meeting with that Southeastern Exalt this time is very important. Yan Zhaoge looked at Xiao Ai, come with us. After leaving Golden Court Mountain, bring us along the route that my mother traveled that year. Xiao Ai answered, this maid will definitely not have a problem with that. Still, you must be prepared, young master. It is a very long journey. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I guessed it. After Fang Zhuan and the others had settled down, Yan Zhaoge and the others followed Chen Zhiliang on their journey to Golden Court Mountain. Before this, Tang Yonghao had already been personally escorted to Golden Court Mountain by Mu Jun while Lin Hanhua remained in the Royal Reed Sea. Not long after, peak experts of Golden Court Mountain would probably rush over to the Royal Reed Sea to guard against their neighbors to the west. The Royal Reed Sea was the westernmost region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory while Golden Court Mountain was in its central region. Led by the southeastern Exalts Chen Zhiliang, they left the Royal Reed Sea and headed east, traversing a large amount of territory in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Here, there was a vast ocean as well as a great number of islands. Continuing east, they ascended onto land. The land was vast, with lofty mountains and lofty ridges that were rarely visited by humans as well as densely populated plains. The Royal Reed Sea was already much larger than the Eight Extremities world. Still, in the perspective of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it was merely a corner of the ocean to the west. Meanwhile, the portion of the ocean to the west that belonged to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was only equivalent to a quarter of the entire territory. Only now did those who had come from the Eight Extremities world have a relatively direct impression of the vastness of the world beyond worlds. With the current cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoge and the others, it could still be said to have been a long and arduous journey before they arrived at the Tao arena of the southeastern Exalt, Golden Court Mountain. Chapter 798. Nearing Golden Court Mountain, before they had even arrived, the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others lit up. It was supposed to be daytime, but Golden Court Mountain seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only, under the curtain of night, there was no dusky feeling. Instead, there were many outstanding heroes, streaks of starlight scattering down together. In the world beyond worlds, the boundary between day and night was not distinct. Starlight flickered in the surroundings from time to time, as if they were exceptionally close to the sea of stars. Looking at Golden Court Mountain, this feeling was particularly strong. Specks of starlight flickered unceasingly before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge's group, resembling a realm of immortals. Yan Zhaoge gazed at those streaks of starlight that had a profound rhythm as they streaked across the horizon, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. I think I might know what martial art the southeastern Exalt cultivates in. Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Yan Di, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. Yan Zhaoge rarely saw a disciple of the southeastern Exalt's lineage clashing with someone else. Even if he did, it would only be a fleeting glimpse of it as he had not been able to see it clearly. Still, looking at Golden Court Mountain now, Yan Zhaoge had a guess. The southeastern Exalt has always been renowned for the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of Alchemy. Yan Di pondered for a moment before saying, "You are referring to the legacy of the North Star Emperor? The Lord of Myriad Stars, the number one figure in the Tao of the Sword of Taoism before the Great Calamity, one of the four imperials of Taoism." Yan Zhaoge murmured, "Whether or not it is a complete direct lineage is hard to confirm, but at the very least, it should be a related martial art." While the Flame Devil Emperor, the Thunder Emperor and the Dim Radiant Emperor of post-Great Calamity times were all peak experts who could be called emperors, their emperor titles were only one or two words. Unlike these people, Great Emperor Ziwei's full name was Great Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. He had always been revered as the Lord of the Stars, the Grand Master of all creations, and was one of the four imperials of Taoism alongside the Earth Empress of Sky Bearing, who was also known as Goddess Hudu. He was one of the top figures of Taoism. At the same time, he had always been revered as the number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword in pre-Great Calamity times. The three clear Grand Masters couldn't be estimated with common sense, so they weren't included. Throughout the ages, Taoism had produced many top-notch sword cultivators. Generally speaking, there were three great swordsmen who were praised by later generations. The personal disciple of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, cultivated deity Yu Ding. The head disciple of the Prime Clear Sect's ancestor, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, Taoist Plentiful Treasure, also known as the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. The third was one of the four imperials, the heaven-culminating Purple Tenuity Polaris Great Emperor. Other than that, Heavenly Lord Guangcheng, Heavenly Lord Dao Hang, Master Qijing Zi, Yun Zhongzi, Goddess of Turtle Spirit, Goddess Wudong, and others were all sword Tao experts. Among them, Perfected Jade Cauldron and Lord of Plentiful Treasure were mighty powerhouses of the ancient god investiture era. As time passed, they did not appear in the world for a long time. It was difficult for future generations to determine their whereabouts. It was the same for primogenitor Guangcheng and the others. As for the Purple Tenuity Emperor, he was a major figure who had still been active before the Great Calamity, when the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Court had ruled over the heavens and earth. Therefore, everyone was used to referring to the Purple Tenuity Emperor as the #1 sword Tao of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times. It was just that there had been no news of the Purple Tenuity Emperor after the Great Calamity. Looking at the scenes of Golden Court Mountain before him, it was very hard for Yan Zhaoge not to think in this direction. While the Great Calamity had caused a large-scale interruption in the legacies of culture and information, Yan Di and the others had all heard of the great name of the North Myrtle Emperor. Therefore, as soon as Yan Zhaoge mentioned it slightly, Yan Di had also thought in this direction. Arriving at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, a smile appeared on Chen Zhiliang's face as he said to Yan Zhaoge's group, "Please follow me, everyone. Master has said that there is no need for anyone to send a message here. You can just directly enter the mountain." Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others all nodded. The southeastern exalt is polite. As they entered Golden Court Mountain, it was as though they were amidst starlight. Speaking of this, Golden Court Mountain is rather particular about this place. I just wonder if this Golden Court is the same as the Golden Court. Yan Zhaoge suddenly smiled. He blinked towards Yan Di, Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Xiao Ai. In the ancient god investiture era, Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave was the cave manor of the Lord of Primordial Beginning's personal disciple, the Lord of Daohang. The Lord of Daohang had a supreme treasure known as the Five Fires Seven Fowl Fan. The supreme martial arts of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, the Five Fires True Art and the Seven Fowl Treasured Spear, were derived from analyzing the concept of this supreme treasure. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. When he sent King Xianwen to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea to set up camp, he more or less had the intention of expressing his goodwill. While the southeastern exalt himself cultivated in martial arts that were unrelated to the Lord of Daohang, having established his manor at Golden Court Mountain, there would definitely be some kinship between them. The higher the cultivation base of a major figure, the more they would care about this in this regard. Still, what I find even more interesting is that in the investiture of the god's legend, the Jade Clear bigwig who handed over the immortal ending sword of the Prime Clear lineage was none other than the Lord of Daohang. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng and the others exchanged looks. Having already heard of the earthly sovereign's decree that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were not to enter the world beyond worlds and Lin Hanhua, Yan Di could not help but raise his brows slightly. This is really too much of a coincidence. Could it be the southeastern exalt? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. As far as he knew, the numinous treasure Four Swords of the Jade Clear lineage had already been lost in pre-Great Calamity times. The immortal ending sword manual that Lin Hanhua cultivated in was most likely of the Prime Clear direct lineage. Still, it was likely not a coincidence that Lin Hanhua had become the southeastern exalt's disciple. As he had thought earlier, there should be some tacit understanding here that outsiders were unaware of. At the top of Golden Court Mountain's main peak sat a cluster of palaces. Starlight descended unceasingly from above, congregating upon the palaces as they were illuminated with a brilliant glow. The radiance was not piercing as it instead appeared very gentle. Still, the surging power within was heavy to the point of causing one to feel suffocated. Under Chen Zhiliang's arrangements, Hu and Xiao Ai were left outside to wait while Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Feng Yunsheng were allowed to enter the main hall. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances, knowing that it was most likely due to the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber that Feng Yunsheng had been able to enter. After entering the great hall, they saw that it was grand and majestic. Raising their heads, they saw that the ceiling was pitch black amidst which infinite starlight flickered. Numerous stars densely dotted the area, resembling a massive diagram of the stars that enveloped everyone's heads. A purple-clothed man stood within the great hall, seeming to stand at the center of the sea of stars as he was illuminated by them. At first glance, it was hard to discern this man's age. His gaze was bright as it resembled the stars of the night sky whilst also resembling the icy cold sword light. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's trio, He said, Broad Creed Mountain was the east peak of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times, reigning alongside Kunlun Mountain. Now that it can be established once more, it can also be considered a joyous matter. Yen Di cupped his hands. I thank the Southeastern Exalt for your auspicious words. The purple-clothed man before them was the current ruler of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Lord of Golden Court Mountain, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie. His earlier words were equivalent to him having no intention of obstructing Broad Creed Mountain from opening its doors and accepting disciples in the Royal Reed Sea. Yen Zhaoge said, in the Royal Reed Sea earlier, due to the circumstances, I was rather rash in my actions. Please forgive me, Southeastern Exalt. Chao Jie shook his head as if he didn't care. He suddenly asked, is Ancestor He still alive? Chapter 799. Ancestor He was the expert who killed the Taotai and created the heaven-swallowing sword box and earth-devouring burner to refine the evil sword Taotai. The phoenix bone that Zhuang Chaohui yearned for was also a treasure left behind by Ancestor He. Thinking about it, Ancestor He had been active even earlier than Chao Jie. It was understandable that he had not known that Ancestor He had buried a nest in the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. But now that he knew about it, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. After all, Ancestor He's cultivation wasn't inferior to Chao Jie's. Yen Zhaoge answered, if nothing unexpected happens, Ancestor He should have already perished. It is just that I am not very clear on the exact process and location. But according to the reaction when I refined the holy weapon, the original owner is no longer in this world. Hearing his words, Chao Jie nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and Feng Yunsheng. Zhi Liang once mentioned that while you obtain the extreme Yang seal, you do not know about the exalted solar luminary. Yen Zhaoge answered candidly, to tell the truth, I only heard of the exalted solar luminary's name after coming to the world beyond worlds. When I obtained this extreme Yang seal in the Eight Extremities world earlier, it was originally used to suppress a crevice to the 9 underworlds. Its original owner did not leave behind any information about it. The method to activate this treasure is something I obtained after slowly studying the treasure itself. Hearing this, Chao Jie did not say whether he believed it or not. Then, have you seen the exalted lunar luminary? Yen Zhaoge and the others similarly shook their heads. Yen Di said, the extreme Yin crown was inadvertently discovered by a martial practitioner of the original Eight Extremities world, having never come into contact with its original owner. Yen Zhaoge added, after similarly coming to the world beyond worlds and hearing about the matter of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, we deduced that this treasure might be related to the exalted lunar luminary in comparison to the extreme Yang seal. Afterwards, we received confirmation from the Grand Xian dynasty and your disciple, Mr. Chen. Chao Jie slowly nodded, his gaze fixed on Feng Yunsheng. Little friend, can you let me have a look at your saber? Feng Yunsheng unsheathed the Cold Sun Divine Saber, passing it to the Southeastern Exalt along with its scabbard. The power of corrosion is not Ketu luminary, but the power of the Rahu luminary. Chao Jie pulled out half of the black long blade and stared at it for a moment. After that, I refined the power of the sun reversal and fused the two together. My achievement might be even greater than the Rahu blade of the past. He put the saber back into its scabbard and stared at Feng Yunsheng for a while. You are not the reincarnation of a powerful master, but you were born with this saber. You are not a saber spirit either. How rare, how rare. Chao Jie shook his head, returning the Cold Sun Divine Saber to Feng Yunsheng. He didn't seem to have anything else he wanted to ask, just carefully appraising Yen Zhaoge and the others one last time. There was a look of admiration in his eyes, but he didn't try to recruit him. Chao Jie waved his hand lightly, while the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory is large, you can go wherever you like. It is just that there are still some unresolved matters over at the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory's Wudong Slope. Perhaps there will be some follow-up. Feeling his intention to send them off, Yen Zhaoge and the other two cupped their hands, then took their leave. After exiting the Great Hall, Feng Yunsheng asked rather puzzledly. It feels like this southeastern exalt's words were not finished. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It should be related to the immortal ending sword manual that I cultivate in. Yan Di said, your guess regarding Lin Hanhua should be correct. Yan Zhaoge nodded, seeing Qin Zhiliang, Hu, and Xiao Ai who were waiting outside. Knowing that the southeastern exalt had no objections to Broad Creed Mountain accepting disciples in the Royal Reed Sea, Qin Zhiliang smiled, congratulations, everyone. Yan Zhaoge spread open his palm, his true essence condensing to form the silhouette of a woman. There is one more thing. I wonder if Mr. Qin knows this person. That woman was gentle and refined, her eyes that resembled water revealing some intelligence as well as some gentleness as she resembled a small deer. It was precisely Meng Wan's appearance. Looking at her, Qin Zhiliang shook his head slightly. I have never seen her before. What, is it someone you are familiar with, little friend Yan? Yan Zhaoge said, you can say that. Still, we are separated from each other. We are currently looking for her. Qin Zhiliang pondered for a moment before saying, how about this? Little friend Yan, you can come with me to see senior apprentice brother Mu. He is very familiar with many people outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. I will be troubling you. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng before following Qin Zhiliang to see Mu Jun. Mu Jun had brought Tang Yonghao back earlier and was currently still at Golden Court Mountain, having yet to leave. Seeing Qin Zhiliang bring Yan Zhaoge over, Mu Jun's smile remained. Little friend Yan has already met master. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It would not be good to disturb your master for too long. Mu Jun was all smiles, seeing how little friend Yan seems to be in a good mood. Master must have agreed to the matter of your lineage opening up in the Royal Reed Sea. I still have to thank Mr. Mu for putting in a good word for me in front of master. Yan Zhaoge was similarly all smiles. Mu Jun smiled, shaking his head. Whatever master decides, it is not up to me. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said meaningfully, there is something that little friend Yan might not know yet. That old friend of yours has already officially entered my Golden Court Mountain. My master personally accepted him as a disciple. He is now my little junior apprentice brother. Mu Jun's words indeed revealed some goodwill as a reminder. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Tang Yonghao is supremely talented and has a good character. The heavens really have eyes for him to have obtained this fortune. Mu Jun smiled, nodding, that is true. Yan Zhaoge continued, in coming here this time, I actually want to ask Mr. Mu about someone. After showing Mu Jun the image of Meng Wan, Yan Zhaoge observed the changes in Mu Jun's expression. After glancing at it, Mu Jun fell into deep thought. He was not in a hurry to answer as he instead said slowly, Junior apprentice brother Tang once mentioned this woman as well, saying that she was a fellow disciple of his in the Eight Extremities world who was taken away by Zhuang Chaohui of the southern Blazing Heaven territory in the underwater palace of the clear scenic region. Yan Zhaoge answered candidly, that's right. Mu Jun fell into deep thought once more. After a moment, he said very earnestly, I have never met her before, and I myself have never been to that lower world where you come from. However, looking at her, I feel that she looks somewhat familiar. Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose as a quizzical look appeared on the face of Qin Zhiliang beside him. Meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze which had lit up, Mu Jun said slowly, looking at this woman, she looks somewhat similar to someone I have met before. While Mu Jun looked young, he was actually quite old as well. The people he had come into contact with in his lifetime were innumerable as the vast ocean. Still, Meng Wan's appearance was outstanding, and those who looked similar to her would not be inferior in appearance as well. It was fine if he had not seen them before, but as long as he had seen them before, they would definitely leave some impression on Mu Jun. With Mu Jun's cultivation base, his powerful soul, his sharp hearing, his shocking memory, he would be able to search through the memories of those he had only met once. Still, I cannot be certain that there is a relationship between the two. Saying thus, Mu Jun pondered carefully for a moment before raising his hand, drawing in midair. Traces of light formed an image before Yan Zhaoge. Within the image was the figure of a woman who bore at least a 70% resemblance to Meng Wan. There really is one. Chen Zhiliang felt surprised as well. Gazing at the image for a while, Yan Zhaoge asked softly, Mr. Mu, do you know her background? Mu Jun answered, disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope, Lu Xianting. Chapter 800. Thanks to the sorrow, love, alliance's 100,000 floating red flashing red for the additional chapter. Please support the official version, everyone. Thank you. The Southern Exalt's personal disciple, Lu Xianting. Yan Zhaoge repeated this name. Mu Jun nodded and said, I've only met him once. It was 30 years ago, and we didn't talk at that time. He paused for a moment before continuing, in recent years, I have not heard any news of her, nor have I heard that she is adventuring outside. I cannot be sure if she is currently residing at Wudong Slope. My understanding of Lu Xianting is also very limited. Under the vast heavens, there are trillions of life forms. People who look alike are not rare, many of them not related by blood. Therefore, I cannot be certain that she is really related to the person you and junior apprentice brother Tang speak of. Still, I feel that she might be related to Zhuang Chaohui taking her away for no reason at all. Mu Jun glanced at Yan Zhaoge as he said this. Tang Yonghao definitely hoped that Golden Court Mountain could think of a way to rescue Meng Wan. It was just that with the southern Blazing Heaven territory coveting his phoenix bone, he could not interfere in this matter as he could only listen to the arrangements of his sect. If Mu Jun was the one making the decision, he would definitely not wish for unnecessary problems to arise. Golden Court Mountain would be able to play a great role in negotiations with Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope around the phoenix bone. Yan Zhaoge pondered, since that is so, Meng Wan was taken away by Zhuang Chaohui at the very least, her life not in danger. Zhuang Chaohui may have taken her away for personal reasons, not having much to do with the phoenix bone. Mu Jun said, if this old friend of yours and junior apprentice brother Tang is really related to Lu Xianting. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. There was also the possibility of Zhuang Chaohui mistaking her for someone else. As Mu Jun had said earlier, there were many people who looked alike yet were unrelated to each other. It might just be a coincidence that Meng Wan and Lu Xianting looked alike. After taking his leave of Mu Jun, Yan Zhaoge told them about what had happened. This is just a clue, Yan Zhaoge said in the end, Meng Wan's situation is actually still unclear. He spread his hands. For example, if Meng Wan's mother is really Lu Xianting, then who is her father? Feng Yunsheng pinched her temples. I only hope that Zhuang Chaohui will take her away and treat her well. Yan Zhaoge said, if Mu Jun did not create this Wudong Slope disciple Lu Xianting based on Meng Wan's appearance, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even if Meng Wan is unrelated to Lu Xianting and Zhuang Chaohui mistook her for someone else, Meng Wan's life would most likely not be in danger. At most, she would be interrogated about me, our clan, the Extreme Yin Crown and the Eight Extremities world. Feng Yunsheng nodded. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di, according to Xiao Ai's words, Mother seems to be hiding from her enemies. We also do not know who it is that is causing trouble for her. In order to prevent this from leaking out, I did not ask those of Golden Court Mountain about her. Yan Di said, you did very well. He glanced around at the surroundings of Golden Court Mountain and said, we have obtained the answer we want from this trip to Golden Court Mountain. Now, I will be returning to the Royal Reed Sea. You are free to do as you please, arranging your own itinerary. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge said, you can rest easy. I have a rough idea of when the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region will vanish and when Kang Ping and the others will escape. After taking his leave, Yan Zhaoge remained on Golden Court Mountain for another 2 days as he became very familiar with the people here. When he was free, he would also inquire about where heavenly flame trees grew in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Aside from Yan Di, more experts of Golden Court Mountain indeed left Shangxi and headed to the Royal Reed Sea. That was the front line of contact between the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. The two sides would still be fighting over that phoenix bone. Zhuang Chaohui and the others would not give up easily. A few days later, Yan Zhaoge's group took their leave of the southern exalt and left Golden Court Mountain. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Xiao Ai, it will be up to you now. Xiao Ai said very earnestly, young master, it's Xiao Ai. According to Xiao Ai, Xue Chuqing had traveled extensively in the past. Not mentioning the places she had visited alone, just traveling with Xiao Ai by her side, they had already been to many places. These included not just the various places of the world beyond worlds but some extra-dimensional spaces as well. Xiao Ai had even accompanied her to descend to a lower world before coming back up again. The dim radiant mausoleum was one place, and there were a few other places within the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory as well. One of them was even not far from the Royal Reed Sea as it was to its south. Yan Zhaoge's group set off from Golden Court Mountain, searching for them from near to far away. Sadly, there were no more clues left behind in these places. Yan Zhaoge was actually most interested in Kunlun Mountain of the central June Heaven Territory. His intuition told him that his mother had likely been born there, and that he would be able to find valuable clues there. Still, firstly, it was too far away and secondly, the environment there was complicated. Xue Chuqing might also be being pursued now. If he rashly went there, he might fall right into their trap. After thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge decided to give up on this very attractive idea. Young master, we should be in the vicinity of the setting sun archipelago after a while. Hu shaded his eyes with his hand, gazing into the distance. Yan Zhaoge held a skewer of meat as he sat on Pan Pan's back, saying nonchalantly as he ate, strictly speaking, we are already within the domain of the setting sun archipelago. They had already been traveling for over half a year. They did not waste any time as they cultivated as they traveled. Pan Pan had already awoken from his slumber, having successfully refined the Taotia's demonic heart and demonic blood. The setting sun archipelago was located in the southwest corner of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. To the north and slightly west was the Royal Reed Sea. This was also a portion of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's western region of sea. While it was called an archipelago, the islands were actually very large as they practically resembled numerous small continents squeezed together. The land of the setting sun archipelago occupied a greater area than the sea. According to Xiao Ai, Xue Chuqing had once lived in seclusion on one of these islands for a period of time. Heading southeast from here, they would officially be on land. There was the Jade Sun Mountain range where heavenly flame trees grew. Yan Zhaoge intended to first visit his mother's old residence before heading to the Jade Sun Mountain range to investigate matters related to the heavenly flame trees and the encompassing abundance golden pill. Young mistress, your culinary skills are really good. Xiao Ai was currently seated beside Yan Zhaoge, her hands moving left and right as she ate happily, a wooden skewer in each hand. Feng Yunsheng was also holding a skewer as she smiled as she ate. It's good that you like it. A large pot hovered in the air before her, blazing flames blazing beneath it as a mouth-watering fragrance emanated from the boiling soup within. Several dozen skewers were pierced through and placed by the side of the pot. Feng Yunsheng casually picked one up, throwing it forward. The skewer fell in an arc as Pan Pan below turned his head, opening his mouth wide and directly swallowing it as his eyes instantly narrowed in joy. Who was also holding a skewer of meat as he chuckled as he ate, this place neighbors the Royal Reed Sea. News of the Royal Reed Sea has already spread over here. Young master, you can be considered a celebrity here. Yan Zhaoge asked excitedly, oh, what did they say? Chapter 801. I would like to request for a few monthly votes from everyone. Thank you all. Basically, they are all words of praise for you, young master. Who chuckled, promising at a young age, possessing outstanding talent and transcending mortality in entering sainthood at a young age. You are also powerful, slaying many experts of the same cultivation level, even surpassing levels to slay experts of a higher cultivation level. Wreaking havoc in the royal Reed Sea, even the Grand Xian dynasty with numerous immortal bridge martial saints was unable to do anything to you, as they were instead left in a sorry state by you, young master. Not having reached the seeing divinity stage, you possess a high-grade sacred artifact and are even able to wield it. Also, you are highly regarded and appreciated by the Southeastern Exalt, being on very good terms with the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Ah, who counted on his fingers? There are many guesses about your origins. Some say that you are an unorthodox cultivator from a lower world, some say that you are actually the descendant of the exalted solar luminary of the legendary 9 luminaries, thus being able to possess the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal. There are also some who say that you are actually a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, having finally entered the world of mortals. Anyway, there are all sorts of opinions, each holding their own opinions, as no one is able to convince the other. Ah, who smiled? Still, whatever the case, young master's current fame is already not just limited to the royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge listened intently as he was all smiles as he stroked his lower chin. Yes, not bad, not bad. He turned and said to Feng Yunsheng, Yunsheng, you should bring out some treasures at a time like this. Seeing his smug look, Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh, just like a big kid. Smiling, she shook her head, entering the Myriad Dragon Palace. In the depths of the palace was a massive cage with a massive beast within, its eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light as it emanated a ferocious aura. This massive beast resembled a deer yet was not a deer, resembled a wolf yet was not a wolf, as it dragged a tail that resembled a python behind it. It was a demonic beast known as Maoyang that Yan Zhaoge had inadvertently encountered while roaming the southeastern Yang Heaven territory earlier. It was extremely brutal and fed on humans, as it was a great demon that rampaged through a region. This Maoyang that was currently caged possessed a powerful fleshly body that was comparable to a martial saint. However, in the cage, Yun Liang's aura had become much weaker. When it saw Feng Yunsheng come in, its body trembled slightly. Feng Yunsheng did not look at it. She walked to the side of the cage, where there was a huge block of ice. There were some white objects frozen in the ice. They looked like small pieces of broken bones. Feng Yunsheng carefully unsealed one of the bones and took it out. Looking at her movements, the well-trained tail subconsciously shrunk. Feng Yunsheng took the bone fragments and walked out of the Myriad Dragon Palace, continuing to shatter them into even smaller fragments before throwing a small portion of them into the pot. Almost in an instant, the aroma from the wok became even more intense, causing the half-full crowd to salivate. As for the remaining bone fragments, Feng Yunsheng pierced them with a few skewers and started another fire to roast them. There had actually been 2 Maoyang that had attacked Yan Zhaoge and the others back then. One of them had been slain on the spot by Yan Zhaoge while the other had been captured alive and imprisoned. The joints of this Maoyang had some tiny cartilage that was most delicious when used for cooking. Receiving the roasted bone skewer, Yan Zhaoge bit off a piece of cartilage as he clicked his tongue in praise, coming all the way here, this thing is still the most delicious. Feng Yunsheng smiled, it's good that you don't mind my cooking methods being crude. She loved to eat, and was also a glutton. Still, because of her experiences of adventuring alone in her youth, she was used to using the simplest and quickest method to cook for herself. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, as long as it tastes good, who cares how it's done. Feng Yunsheng was all smiles as she ate a bone skewer, a satisfied look on her face as well. One never gets tired of eating fine. When we settle down, I want to properly ponder on this, also seeking out famous experts to learn from them. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, it's good to be motivated. As they chatted and laughed, a massive island had already appeared where the sea and the sky intersected in the distance. The island was so massive that it filled one's field of vision from afar, resembling the coastline of a continent. The few large islands of the setting sun archipelago were actually not that different from small pieces of land. As Yan Zhaoge's group came ashore, Pan Pan's figure began shrinking before he leapt into Feng Yunsheng's embrace, dozing off lazily. lady once lived here in seclusion. Still, that was already a few years ago, Xiao Ai said as they walked. Yan Xiaoge asked, you once mentioned that mother would occasionally return to a place she had been to before? Xiao Ai nodded, that was the case twice. Still, this maid cannot say for sure whether she will return here. Yan Xiaoge strode forward, let's take a look first. This island was known as the Whale region. There was a majestic city on its coast known as Whale Fishing City. The main power developing here was a family that was commonly known as the Xia family of Whale Fishing City. Their head, Xia Liang, was an expert who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Still, an important reason for the Xia family being able to reign supreme over Whale Fishing City and the surrounding territories was that they were backed by the ruler of the Whale region, the Whale Breath sect. The Whale Breath sect was a massive entity of the entire Setting Sun archipelago, roughly equivalent to the status of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island in the Royal Reed Sea. The Xia family did not just occupy a single city in Whale Fishing City. There were also many cities of various sizes in the vast region surrounding Whale Fishing City. While they were not as massive as Whale Fishing City, they were still within the Xia family's sphere of influence. At the same time, the city was close to the sea, and the products of the nearby vast region of sea were traded with merchants sure the Xia family had developed here as well. Xia Liang was the city lord of Whale Fishing City, but he was actually equivalent to the ruler of a nation. After entering Whale Fishing City, Yan Xiaoge followed Xiao Ai around. When they arrived at the place where his mother Shui Chuqing had once resided, they saw that it had long since been flattened and rebuilt with other structures. Looking at the majestic tavern that was bustling with people, Yan Xiaoge lightly rubbed his temples. From the looks of it, even if mother has returned to Whale Fishing City, she will have to find another place to stay. Hu blinked, young master, what do we do now? Yan Xiaoge said, since we're here, let's go in and take a seat. We can also ask around and see if mother has returned. Hu asked, should we go ask Xia Liang directly? No need for that. The fewer people who know about mother's matters, the better. Yan Xiaoge waved his hands, even now, I still don't know who exactly she has offended. They entered. The business within was very prosperous as the entire 9-story building was filled to the brim with customers. Occasionally, there were empty seats, but they were reserved in advance by others. Who went to deal with it, and Yan Xiaoge did not ask too much about it. A moment later, a waiter came over and bowed, inviting Yan Xiaoge's group into a private room to be seated. The cultivation bases of those here were relatively low. Yan Xiaoge even saw some martial artists who had not even successfully cultivated in their aura qi and were not even martial scholars. Over the past half a year or so, Yan Xiaoge had seen many such ordinary martial practitioners and even mortals who did not cultivate in martial arts at all along the way. At the start, Yan Xiaoge, who had come to the world beyond worlds to fight his way there and had been constantly interacting with Lin Hanhua, Kang Ping, and Luo Ziyuan, had even felt like a lifetime had passed. Only after having seen more of them had he slowly gotten used to it. With Yan Xiaoge's current cultivation base and hearing, he would still be able to clearly hear the conversations of these martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases no matter how low their voices were. It was just that Yan Xiaoge himself was willing to do so. Who knew that just as he sat down, he would hear his name being called. Chapter 802. Thank you all. I really wonder where this Yan Xiaoge came from, actually being able to create such a great disturbance. The name of those of the Royal Reed Sea has even spread to our Setting Sun archipelago. As his own name suddenly entered his ears, Yan Xiaoge blinked, concentrating slightly as he listened earnestly. Beside him, Feng Yunsheng, Hu and Xiao Ai exchanged looks. The cultivation bases of the speakers were that of an outer aura martial scholar and an inner aura martial scholar. Beside them, there were also a few body refinement realm martial artists, presumably their respective juniors. That outer aura martial scholar said, while the solar luminary young master is young, he is already an expert who has transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It is best not to call him by his name. You are right. That inner aura martial scholar's tone was rather lacking in confidence. Isn't this because he is currently only at the merging avatar stage? The outer aura martial scholar said, while some believe that he needs to step into the immortal bridge before he can bear the title of solar luminary young master, at the very least having to attain the seeing divinity stage, that is only relative to experts of the same level as him. Our small lineage and our cultivation bases are shallow. It is best that we remain respectful at all times. Do you know that your words today will definitely not reach the ears of others? The inner aura martial scholar opposite him nodded slowly. That is true. I was rash just now. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin as he listened. Ah Hu chuckled, sending via sound transmission, young master, this solar luminary young master refers to you, right? You have truly made a name for yourself in the world beyond worlds now. Feng Yunxing smiled. It is most likely because of the extreme yang seal. Many people also guess that you are a descendant of the exalted solar luminary. The Kunlun 9 luminaries were actually relatively foreign and distant to the people of the current world beyond worlds. Most people did not even know of their existence. Back in the royal Reed Sea, there had been many who did not understand this. It was still the Grand Xian dynasty who had first pointed this out. Thereafter, the name of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, which had been sealed in history, resounded once more. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge had helped the exalted solar luminary regain his fame. After asking around and understanding some general information, they discovered that Yan Zhaoge was actually related to such a long and powerful legendary figure. In turn, they became even more interested in Yan Zhaoge. Both sides boosted each other's reputation, causing it to spread wider and wider, forming an explosive speed. There were many speculations regarding Yan Zhaoge's origins, but his identity as a personal disciple of the 9 luminaries was undoubtedly the most legendary. A mid-merging avatar martial saint wielding a peak sacred artifact like the extreme yang seal was extremely eye-catching. Therefore, this theory was the most widely spread in the market, and many believed in it. Many people believed that it was the most authentic rumor. As a result, even as Yan Zhaoge's name spread far and wide, some began to call him the solar luminary young master. As a result, even the few martial scholars here were able to discuss a little about Yan Zhaoge and the exalted solar luminary. Actually, it would be better not to bear this title, because it is not the truth. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Also, I feel that something is a little off. Ah Hu realized, young master, you mentioned before that someone in the world beyond worlds seems to be diluting the legend of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past. The current situation is equivalent to doing the opposite. This way, it seems like someone is doing this intentionally, making use of young master's fame while secretly having other plans. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It might just be a coincidence, but it is not impossible. He had never feared thinking of others with the greatest evil intentions. Now, he heard someone say from outside, still, I really never thought that the solar luminary young master would actually come to our setting sun archipelago, and to the whale region, to whale fishing city at that. Huh? Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge was instantly taken aback. What's going on? Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ai were all taken aback as well. As they had been traversing the setting sun archipelago, enveloped by Yan Zhaoge's true essence, he had been able to influence the minds and senses of others. For those whose cultivation bases were insufficient, even if Yan Zhaoge swaggered over right in front of them, it would be very difficult for them to notice him, let alone recognize him. It was not that he was invisible. Instead, the other party would unconsciously overlook Yan Zhaoge, feeling that he was someone whom they did not need to pay much attention to. As long as Yan Zhaoge was willing, he could throw him into a crowd of people and vanish at any time. It was just that with Yan Zhaoge's flamboyant personality, he would never do such a thing. This time, it was because he was searching for his mother, Xue Chuqing. Due to the unique circumstances, Yan Xiaoge had been keeping a low profile. From the looks of it now, however, he had actually been discovered. It was fine if he had been discovered by others. However, it had already reached the point where Yan Xiaoge himself had not been aware of it before. This was a problem. Yan Xiaoge could not make heads or tails of this as he swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. Ah Hu shook his head like a rattle drum. Young master, I was very careful. I definitely did not expose your tracks. That's strange. Yan Xiaoge had a puzzled look on his face as he temporarily suppressed his doubts, continuing to listen to the conversation outside. The other side of the conversation said, the solar luminary young master might be touring the world. It would not be strange for him to come to the setting sun archipelago. Since he has come to the whale region, he would naturally come to whale fishing city to take a look. After all, there are many unique products here, and the shipping trade is also developed. There was a young man sitting at a table next to the few people who were talking. This youth had a fierce expression on his face as he clenched his fists on the table, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Irrepressible rage could be seen within his gaze as he could not help but yell now, "What solar luminary young master? He's just a scoundrel who does all sorts of evil deeds just because of his cultivation base." As soon as his words left his mouth, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The two sides who had been conversing frowned. "Aren't your words a little too much?" The youth said coldly, "A lustful person who forcefully abducted my wife just because of his cultivation base, a tyrannical person. Even if he really is the disciple of the exalted solar luminary, he would really be a disgrace to his legendary reputation, bringing shame to a supreme treasure like the extreme Yang seal." Within the elegant room, Yan Xiaoge, who was currently drinking tea, nearly spat it out. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ai were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as well. Pan Pan, who had originally been lazily looking like he was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes as well, staring wide-eyed. The people outside were all inexplicably shocked. "Is what you say true?" That youth said in embarrassment and exasperation, "He has even brought my wife to this whale fishing city now, even becoming a guest of the Xie family. I am just about to go and expose his true face right now. I heard that long-time experts of the whale breath sect have also come to visit the Xie family. I really want to see if that surnamed Yen can conceal the heavens with a single hand, if there is still any justice left in this world." Someone glanced at him, saying, "It looks like you are not from Whale Fishing City, still not knowing the biggest news of Whale Fishing City right now." Three people claiming to be the solar luminary young master just happened to have arrived at Whale Fishing City one after the other. Today, they are going to be confronted. I wonder which one of them abducted your wife. That youth was dazed. Within the elegant room, Yan Xiaoge covered his face with his hands. This old man is really Ed this time. Chapter 803. Men fear fame just as pigs fear being fat. Yan Xiaoge rubbed his cheeks. All sorts of monsters are popping out. Beside him, Feng Yunsheng and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Yan Xiaoge rolled his eyes. "Laugh if you want. Holding it in harms your body." Ah Hu instantly grinned while Xiao Ai was filled with righteous indignation. Someone is pretending to be young master. She paused for a moment. Even if young master really snatches men and tyrannizes women, it should be impossible for us to not know about it, having always been by your side. Feng Yunsheng had originally still been able to hold it in. Still, hearing Xiao Ai's words, she instantly looked like she could not help but laugh as well. In her bosom, Pan Pan's eyes were narrowed into the shape of crescent moons as he clapped his front paws before his chest as if he was clapping. Yan Xiaoge curled his lips. "Come on, if I really wanted to snatch men and tyrannize women, wouldn't I get the Northern Ocean clone to do it?" Xiao Ai stared wide-eyed, only saying after a while, "That's right." She sneaked a glance at Yan Xiaoge. "Young master, are you the one they are talking about outside?" Yan Xiaoge rolled his eyes. "Guess." Even as they bickered within the elegant room, they were still eavesdropping on the conversation outside. That youth was clearly caught rather unawares. How could there be 3 yen zaogs. This is. The other party sighed. Last night, someone claiming to be the solar luminary young master appeared in Whale Fishing City, directly entering the Xie family manor. Afterwards, he was received courteously by the Xie family. Who knew that another solar luminary young master would appear in the middle of the night last night? The two sides instantly got into a dispute, each accusing the other of impersonation. Just as things were getting out of hand, a third actually popped up this morning. Things are getting really lively now. The speaker shook his head repeatedly. The Xie family head has ordered people to search for anyone who has personally been to the Royal Reed Sea or seen an image of the real solar luminary young master. The 3 solar luminary young masters all claim that they are the real one. In the end, it was decided that they would confront each other in public at noon today to determine who is the real one. As he said this, he stood up and walked out of the winehouse. Speaking of which, the hour is almost here. I was intending to go watch the fun anyway. There were a lot of people at the side. They all stood up and said, "It's almost time. Let's go, let's go." A kind-hearted person at the side said to the young man, "Out of the 3, 2 of them are definitely fakes. Perhaps all of them are fakes, but there is also a chance that one of them is the real solar luminary young master. You should come along as well. If it is the work of a fake, tarnishing the name of the solar luminary young master, the real one will definitely not let the matter rest. He will definitely seek justice for you." The young man came back to his senses and calmed down. He nodded and said, "All right." Within the elegant room, Yan Zhaoge revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, his fingers toying with the already empty teacup. Ah Hu said excitedly, "Young master, let's go and have a look." Yan Zhaoge said, "No rush." A silhouette flickered, the Northern Ocean clone appearing within the room for an instant before vanishing. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Interesting. What kind of good feng shui does this whale fishing city have, actually simultaneously attracting 3 fakes? If it was just one person, using a false identity and pulling a tiger's skin, there was a possibility that it was a scam. However, 3 of them had appeared at the same time, and they had gathered in Whale Fishing City at almost the same time. This meant that the 3 of them were likely here for the same goal. Coincidentally, they had all chosen the same method. As for why they had wanted to impersonate him, Yan Zhaoge felt that the 3 of them were actually more interested in the rumored fact that he was extremely friendly with the Southeastern Exalt. Over half a year ago, Yan Zhaoge had not had to wait outside Golden Court Mountain as he had directly entered the mountain. Afterwards, he had even been escorted out by the Southeastern Exalt's personal disciple, the seeing divinity Marshal Saint Chen Zhiliang. This treatment had already gradually spread throughout the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Regardless of how much speculation there was regarding Yan Zhaoge's background, it was an indisputable fact that he was greatly admired by the Southeastern Exalt. In the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, most of the time, this was actually equivalent to a command talisman that allowed one to travel freely and unimpeded. The smaller the place, the greater its effect. Logically speaking, it should actually be very difficult to impersonate you, right? Feng Yunxing asked. After all, a young martial saint like you is definitely rare. I even feel that it is one of a kind. With such ability, he himself would be a renowned figure. Why would he need to impersonate someone else? Ah Hu scratched his big head. Could it be someone of the southern Blazing Heaven territory? It would not be easy for them to traverse the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge said, "Both are possible. While it is not difficult to deduce a person's true age, it is not always successful. I know at least 2 methods that can be used to falsify this. As long as the other party's cultivation base is not too much higher than yours, it would be very hard for them to discern your true age. There had once been fake prodigies and geniuses whose true age was actually not young. However, they had falsified their age in order to gain the respect of others, thereby profiting from it. Still, limited by the difficulty of the materials and technique, such things were still relatively rare. Also, there was the risk of them being exposed. Ah Hu pulled back the corners of his lips, saying as he poured more tea for Yan Zhaoge, "Still, these three fellas are really audacious to the extreme. Having bumped into each other, they even dared to confront one another." While others did not know whether the three of them were real or fake, they were naturally aware that they were all fakes. Feng Yunxing said, "Perhaps it is precisely because there are three of them that they are all so confident. If there were only two of them, they would inevitably feel guilty and short of breath at the thought that the other party might be the real one. However, with three of them appearing at the same time, it was possible that all three of them were fake. This gave everyone the courage to gamble. If they could suppress the other two fakes, they would be the real one for the time being. As for the other two, if one of them was the real Yan Zhaoge, there was nothing they could do about it. Having already met on a narrow path, they could only grit their teeth and walk on, with no room for retreat. Because the three fakes have met, the people of Whale Fishing City have become suspicious as they have begun searching for images of me with all their might. The three of them all appear to be very confident, wanting to confront one another. Actually, they are also being forced to fight for the initiative." Yan Zhaoge reached out with his finger, drawing a circle in midair. His true essence surged, forming an image of light which displayed the scene that the Northern Ocean clone was seeing. Many people had already gathered outside the Xia family manor, all of them here to watch the show. Still, while it was said that they were going to publicly witness and confront one another, as the lords of Whale Fishing City, the Xia family was naturally not a place where just anyone could enter. Only the leaders of powers of Whale Fishing City who possessed a certain level of status could enter the manor. Even more people were waiting outside the manor for news. Waiting for news in a winehouse was the same. Still, those who wished to watch the show would always hope to receive news as soon as possible. The Northern Ocean clone was not in a hurry as he did not enter. His gaze swept over, directly penetrating through the defensive formations of the Xia family manor and seeing the situation within. There was a group of people seated in 4 different directions, with those of the Whale Breath sect and the Xia family seated on the main seats. There were also groups of people in the other 3 directions. Still, the most conspicuous of them all were the 3 young-looking men. Chapter 804. Among the 3 young men, 2 of them were dressed in white and blue robes, while the other was dressed in black. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others all curled their lips, this bastard, not even willing to spend a bit more effort to impersonate. He was dressed in white with a blue robe with black borders. He was young and flamboyant, possessing a handsome appearance as he carried the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal. This was basically the most widely circulated image of Yan Zhaoge in the outside world. Even if there were some discrepancies, it was still mostly based on this foundation. The 3 people in front of him could all be considered handsome. Hi. Xiao Ai was excitedly giving marks according to her own standards when she suddenly froze. She stared wide-eyed at the image for a long time before suddenly turning her head to look at Yan Zhaoge beside her. Her movements were so violent that she almost twisted her neck. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu were also astonished. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, interesting. Within the silhouette of the 3 people impersonating Yan Zhaoge, 2 of them aside, one of them simply seemed like Yan Zhaoge himself as he sat there. As a result, Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ai were all taken aback at first sight. Looking carefully, they saw that the other party's appearance was virtually exactly the same as Yan Zhaoge himself. Because he was seated, his physique was not easy to compare. However, at a rough glance, he was virtually the same as Yan Zhaoge's. The 2 of them looked like they were made from the same mold. Only through careful observation would one be able to discover that this person's expression as well as some minute habits of his were different from Yan Zhaoge's. But this fake was almost to the extent that it could be mistaken for the real one. Only people like Feng Yunsheng, who frequently interacted with Yan Zhaoge and were extremely familiar with him, would be able to see through it. If this fellow were to head to the royal Reed Sea now and walk in front of Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and Zhou Haosheng, if Gu Hong and the others only looked at his external appearance and did not carefully sense the fluctuations of his true essence, they would probably be deceived. Meanwhile, in the setting sun archipelago, a place that was completely foreign to Yan Zhaoge, even with images of light as a comparison, no flaws could be seen. Looking at this person, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "That's good. This is what it means to be fully prepared, loving your line of work and possessing the spirit of professionalism." At this moment, Yan Zhaoge really felt a little interested. Therefore, he did not get the Northern Ocean clone to directly barge in, instead continuing to remain outside the Xia family manor, smiling as he watched this great show unfold. At this moment, in the Xia family's residence, family head Xia Liang, who was sitting on the main seat, looked around and said in a deep voice, "My Xia family should be honored by the presence of the solar luminary young master. However, the current situation is a little unclear. I wonder if the three of you have a way to teach me." On his left was a tall and skinny young man dressed in white with a blue robe on the outside. "I have nothing to teach you, Patriarch Xia," the young man said faintly. "If you have any questions, you can come to Golden Court Mountain, and you will naturally have your answers." He was fiddling with a jade pendant in his hand, its lustrous luster flashing on his finger. Xia Liang's snow-white eyebrows slightly trembled when he saw the jade pendant. This person was the first to arrive, claiming to be Yan Zhaoge. While Xia Liang did not recognize him, he recognized that the jade pendant in his hand was precisely of Golden Court Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's close relationship with Golden Court Mountain was already widely known. While Xia Liang was unable to completely ascertain the authenticity of this person, he possessed a treasure of Golden Court Mountain no matter what and was also a mid-merging avatar martial saint. At the end of the day, he could not afford to slight him. Since his appearance and cultivation base were similar to that of the rumored Yan Zhaoge, Xia Liang first arranged for him to stay in a private room of a winehouse. Hu said, "Young master, that jade pendant of his seems real. I have seen more than one Golden Court Mountain disciple wearing it." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "It should be." Hu asked curiously, "Wouldn't it be fine if he directly pretends to be someone of Golden Court Mountain then? That jade pendant is a symbol of identity as a disciple of Golden Court Mountain. There is a special verification method that requires the true essence or orochi of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage martial arts to be infused within. The jade pendant will then undergo a special change," Yan Zhaoge said. This person had most likely inadvertently obtained the jade pendant. Still, he had been unable to pass himself off as a disciple of Golden Court Mountain with it. While it was rumored that Yan Zhaoge was a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, it was only a rumor at the end of the day. It could also be explained why he did not know Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage martial arts. Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Golden Court Mountain was pretty good. Having obtained such a jade pendant, it would also be logical for him to roam the world under the Southeastern Exalt's care. It was precisely because of this that Xia Liang believed him for the time being. Who knew that a black-clothed man would soon come knocking, actually calling himself Yan Zhaoge as well? That black-clothed youth was currently seated to Xia Liang's right, facing that tall, thin youth who held the jade pendant. The black-clothed youth smiled disdainfully, "Trying to prove your identity with just a single object? What a joke." The tall, thin youth opposite him said mildly, "The extreme yang seal is a great treasure. How can it be shown to others lightly? This Yan's extreme yang seal would be seeking to take someone's life. If you doubt this, can you take out the extreme yang seal for everyone to see?" The black-clothed youth chuckled, "Fakes are fakes, only knowing how to put on a show. You have the extreme yang seal. I'm just sitting here. Why don't you send your extreme yang seal towards my head?" That tall, thin youth swiveled his head and glanced at Xia Liang, "With the host here, this Yan cannot be disrespectful." The black-clothed youth stood up, laughing loudly towards the heavens, "Disrespectful?" He glanced sideways at Xiao Yang and the others, appearing haughty and haughty. Allowing these two fakes to act like dancing clowns in front of me is already the greatest disrespect that you, the host, can have. I, Yan Zhaoge, have never changed my name. When have I ever had to prove my identity to anyone? How laughable. I have remained here just to see what these fakes can do, daring to impersonate me. The black-clothed youth pointed at an old man beside Xiao Yang. Give the whale breath sect some face. Otherwise, just based on you comparing me to these two fakes and even doubting me, I will directly tear down your Xia family. Do you think that I cannot do that? The old man beside Xiao Yang, who was precisely an elder of the whale breath sect, frowned slightly upon hearing his words. The solar luminary young master dominates the royal reed sea. My Xia family naturally cannot afford to offend him. Xiao Yang was not enraged upon hearing his words. If you wish to flick your sleeves and leave, this old man would be terrified and dare not utter a single word of complaint. That black-clothed youth chuckled coldly. There is no need for you to hide a blade behind your smile. I know that you think that I am feeling guilty and embarrassed into anger, that I am just bluffing, right? He pointed at the tall, thin youth before him, smiling. It is true that the extreme young seal is my treasure. Still, since when did I have to rely on the extreme young seal to claim someone's life? You say that I am a fake and you are the real one. Let's have a contest then. Everyone had originally thought that the side with Golden Court Mountain as a witness should be the real one. Otherwise, not only would they offend Yan Zhaoge, they would offend Golden Court Mountain as well. Now, however, seeing how domineering and confident that black-clothed youth was, everyone's hearts thumped once more. Yan Zhaoge was famed for his outstanding talent and domineering strength, as he was virtually invincible amongst those at the same cultivation level. To a certain extent, it could really be said that whoever was stronger was more likely to be the real one. Within the private room of the winehouse, Yan Zhaoge gnashed his teeth. You really know how to have fun. Chapter 805. In the house, the black-clothed youth finished speaking, and without hesitation, he directly punched the tall and thin youth in front of him. The entire Xia family manor, perhaps even all of Whale Fishing City, seemed to tremble. However, the power was quickly restrained and concentrated on a single point. Its target was the tall, thin youth alone. Around this tall, thin youth dressed in white and blue robes, there were many martial practitioners of Whale Fishing City who had been permitted to enter the Xia family to bear witness to this matter. The instant the black-clothed youth attacked, they felt an intense fear envelop their hearts. It was as if all of them were about to be killed by a single punch from the black-clothed youth. However, after the power of the punch was concentrated on a single point, the crowd relaxed. However, they still could not see the black-clothed young man's movements clearly. Everyone's heart trembled. He really is an expert. The Xia family head Xiao Yang and the whale breath sect elder beside him were both experts of the martial saint realm. Even they felt their vision blur at this moment. They knew that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from the black-robed young man. Could it be? Just as these thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, they suddenly saw that the scene in the field seemed to freeze. The black-clothed youth, whose movements and figure could not be seen clearly, reappeared in everyone's line of sight, as if he was frozen in midair. The tall and thin young man calmly raised his hand and stretched out his palm, blocking the black-clothed young man's earth-shattering punch. If this punch had been used to attack Whale Fishing City, then apart from the Xia clan's residence, the entire city would have been destroyed. If they concentrated their forces on the Xia family's mansion, the mansion might also be reduced to ruins. However, such a punch was easily blocked by the tall and thin young man. The black-clothed youth was shocked. He immediately changed his move, but his opponent was faster than him. After slapping his fist away, his palm changed into a finger and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. The black-clothed youth was forced to raise his head and retreat. His opponent pressed forward step by step, and he immediately switched from defense to offense. His palm momentum was like a continuous river. Under the heavy pressure, the black-robed youth's strength began to slacken, and he found it difficult to retract his own strength. The berserk quintessence turned into strong winds that started to spread in all directions. This was the aftermath of this horrifying storm. Anyone below the martial sage realm would die if they were hit by it. However, the tall and thin young man dressed in white and blue robes was able to firmly restrain and suppress these gales under the envelopment of his palm, causing them to be unable to wreak havoc in the surroundings. What was even rarer was that his every move was natural and well organized. He was like a famous actor in a drama. Although he spoke quickly, his words were clear, allowing people to hear him clearly. The onlookers, as long as their cultivation reached the great grandmaster realm, could clearly see his every punch and kick. However, it was precisely this seemingly slow movement that firmly suppressed the black-clothed young man's punch that was originally as swift as the wind and lightning, causing his opponent to be completely unable to react to it. It forced the black-clothed young man to slow down just like him, and in fact, even slower than him. At this point, it was clear who was superior. No matter how bad the surrounding spectators' eyesight was, they could see that although the black-clothed youth was domineering and arrogant, and even more confident in taking the initiative to challenge his opponent, it was clear that his opponent was stronger. This tall, thin young man seemed calm, and even seemed to be short of breath and guilty. He seemed to be trying to shirk responsibility, and yet, he was terrifyingly powerful. Right now, he was fighting the black-clothed young man with ease. The tall, thin young man pinched his fingers, and after suppressing the black-clothed young man's fist with his palm, he suddenly pointed a finger at the black-clothed young man's lower abdomen. Finally, like a rising flood, it broke the dam that was blocking it. The collapse of a 1,000-mile dam was caused by an ant's hole. A tiny crack first appeared, and then the entire dam could only helplessly collapse. With his lower abdomen hit by a finger, his opponent's breath instantly dissipated. The tall, thin young man gained the upper hand, and immediately followed up with another palm strike. The black-clothed young man was knocked back by this palm strike, and his cheeks flushed red. Finally, he could not hold back any longer, and a treasure light flashed on his body, helping him to block the enemy's further attack. He now knew that the enemy in front of him would not make a move, but once he made a move, he would make a killing move. After being hit by a finger, the black-clothed young man had actually already lost, but his opponent's palm strikes formed a chain, clearly intending to directly kill him. Low-grade sacred artifact. The tall, thin young man in white and blue robes bombarded the treasure light with his palm, causing it to shake and shatter. Still, the black-clothed young man made use of this chance to swiftly dodge backwards, finally escaping from that perilous situation. He was finally unable to hold it in any longer as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his crimson face instantly turning pale. The tall, thin young man finally ceased attacking now. Appraising him, he said calmly, "This Yen said that when the extreme young seal makes a move, it will take someone's life. I never said that you would live if I made a move." The black-clothed young man's expression was rather dispirited, frustration flickering within his eyes. He could clearly see the disdain and doubt in the gazes of those around him. Relying on his cultivation base and strength, he had made the first move. Yet, in the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Even as he had been utterly humiliated, he had also admitted it without being pressed. How could someone like this be that solar luminary young master Yen Zhaoge who had rampaged through the royal Reed Sea? You impersonated this Yen. This matter will not end just like that. Still, as this Yen is currently residing here as a guest, I do not want to dirty my host's home. I will allow you to live a little longer." Saying thus, the tall, thin young man turned and nodded slightly towards Xia Liang and the others. "My apologies." The surrounding people discussed, "So powerful yet so humble. Truly the air of a famed expert. It looks like this is indeed the true solar luminary young master." That's right. How would those with strength need to constantly flaunt themselves with words at all times? Like I said, with a token of Golden Court Mountain, how could it be fake? In a private room of a winehouse, Feng Yunsheng burst out laughing, the real this Yan would not be so humble. Yan Zhaoge was surprised, do you really think that this guy is being humble and reserved? While I cannot confirm the martial art that he cultivates I can tell that he is intentionally concealing it as he has been holding back, lest others see through his background. In other words, there are people in the Setting Sun archipelago who might recognize the martial art that he cultivates Therefore, it is because of this that he is able to hold back as much as possible. Yan Zhaoge's words had yet to land when the whale-breath sect elder seated beside the head of the Xie family, Xia Liang, who had not spoken all along, suddenly raised his white brows as he gazed intently at the tall, thin youth who had just achieved a complete victory. This young Master Yan, this old man has something to ask of you. This whale-breath sect elder pondered for a moment before saying, the martial art that you executed just now, from what this old man saw, was rather similar to the unique martial art of the vast origin old man of the Jade Sun mountain ranges overlapping Dragon Peak of the eastern continent, Finger Palm Mountains and rivers. He gazed at that tall, thin youth, this old man is untalented. Many years ago, I left the Setting Sun archipelago to roam the lands. I once went to the Jade Sun mountain range and just happened to see the vast origin old man in action. The tall, thin youth said mildly, it is indeed the Finger Palm Mountains and rivers. Still, a so-called unique martial art might not really be unique. This Yan knows many martial arts. This whale-breath sect elder was silent as he pondered. Now, the third, Yan Zhaoge, who had been watching smilingly by the side all this while smiled and sighed, pretty brilliant. Still, it should end here. He stood up, walking neither hurriedly nor slowly towards that tall, thin youth. Chapter 806 2T01U ZN 730F X plus MZY. This Yan Zhaoge appraised the tall, thin youth before glancing at that black-clothed youth, smiling, not bad, a little stronger than this. He paused for a moment before adding, what I'm talking about is not your cultivation base, but that you at least know how to find a set of decent clothes and dress up like me. Still, you seem to only know the rough concept of white clothes and blue robes, not knowing what kind of white clothes my white clothes are and what kind of outer robes my outer robes are. In a private room of a winehouse, who curled his lips, this guy really dares to talk. His clothes are only roughly similar, with the details being different from yours, young master. Yan Zhaoge said rather interestedly, he should have seen an image of me before, thus being able to roughly imitate my clothes. However, what I'm more interested in is how did he disguise himself to be so similar? Generally speaking, it would be very hard to hide one's appearance from the eyes of a martial saint. Within the Xie family manner, that Yan Zhaoge said smilingly, you know a lot of martial arts. Why don't you display them for us to see, seeing whether you really have learned the strong points of many or only know that single Finger Palm Mountain River martial art? The tall, thin youth said mildly, that will have to depend on whether you have the ability or not. The other party smiled, sure. Before his words had landed, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword, stabbing directly towards the tall, thin youth's throat. That tall, thin youth similarly pointed out with a finger, not substituting a sword with his finger, but instead resembling a rising mountain peak. The two met attack with attack, the first move already erupting with true fire. However, the tall, thin youth's heart shivered. He had originally been confident that his finger would arrive first even though it had been unleashed later. However, as their chis clashed, he discovered that he was actually half a beat too slow, with the other party's sword fingers first piercing through his throat. The tall, thin youth's gaze turned solemn as he executed a palm art with his other hand, resembling a great river sweeping over in an endless stream, its momentum surging. However, the other party's sword fingers rode the wind and broke through the obstruction of his palm all the way. The tall and skinny young man's fingers and palms moved at the same time. His fingers were like lofty mountains and dangerous peaks, while his palms were like rivers and lakes. His true essence surged and his martial Tao true intent manifested, instantly creating mountains and rivers in the void. Mountain ranges stretched on endlessly and great rivers surged, encompassing the entirety of Whale Fishing City. The massive, majestic city seemed about to be temporarily separated from the Whale Region Island, from the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, falling into an independent spatial world. In a world of mountains and rivers created by the martial arts displayed by the lanky young man. In an instant, the Xia family residence and Whale Fishing City were lit up with formation runes, crisscrossing above the city. The city guarding formation was activated immediately, preventing the lanky young man's power from affecting the entire city. However, when the mountains and rivers that seemed to be the size of an entire world came crashing down, the protective array formation immediately shook, and the array patterns shattered one after another. Fortunately, this tall, thin youth's true target wasn't Whale Fishing City or the Xia clan residence. Otherwise, this place would likely have been razed to the ground. However, the array was almost unable to withstand the aftershocks of the typhoon. However, at this moment, everyone knew that the tall and skinny young man was no longer holding back. He was going all out. This was because his current opponent was completely different from the black-clothed youth from earlier. Yet, facing such a ferocious attack, his opponent just smiled nonchalantly. The sword's momentum changed slightly. What did not change was the unstoppable momentum of the sword, not halting in the slightest as it hacked through the mountains and rivers before it. A bloody hole was directly pierced through the palm of the tall, thin youth by his opponent's sword fingers. Wisps of sword chi emanated from his fingertips as he continued forward. Huh! Within the elegant room of the winehouse, seeing this sword chi, Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered. Within the Xia family residence, the tall, thin youth felt helpless as he retracted his other hand as well, meeting his finger with his own. The next moment, fresh blood splattered everywhere as the index finger of this tall, thin youth was shockingly hacked off by the sword chi. The scenes of mountains and rivers that enveloped Whale Fishing City were instantly extinguished and vanished, the heavens and the earth regaining their original state. The tall, thin youth staggered backwards, a bloody hole appearing at the center of one of his palms while the index finger of his other hand was directly severed, fresh blood dripping from it. His opponent smiled, "What is real cannot be faked, what is fake cannot be real. You are unlucky, coincidentally running into me while impersonating me. Otherwise, you really might have been able to deceive some people." As he spoke, this third, Yan Zhaoge, attacked once more, rapidly closing in on that tall, thin youth. The tall, thin youth still wanted to resist. Yet, as his figure flickered, he let out a tragic groan as a tragic wound appeared on his chest as he toppled backwards onto the ground. While the cultivation bases of those present were insufficient, Yan Zhaoge was the only one who could clearly see that this person was holding onto a jade necklace as he retracted his finger after slashing his opponent. The expression of that tall, thin youth finally changed. Yet, before he could speak, the other party smilingly attacked once more. This time, his throat was slashed with a single sword. The tall, thin youth clutched his throat, yet was unable to utter a sound as his body slowly slumped over. Xiao Yang was shocked, saying, "He has Golden Court Mountain's jade pendant at the end of the day." That third, Yan Zhaoge, smiled, "While the jade pendant is real, it is an inanimate object that can be stolen and snatched. It cannot prove anything at all. He is also not of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. Even if he is acquainted with people of Golden Court Mountain would not blame this Yan even if I killed him for impersonating me." Shocked by his momentum of killing someone on the spot, everyone was rendered speechless. What, is everyone thinking that if another fake were to appear now, yet be able to defeat this Yan, wouldn't it be him who is real and me who is fake? As he said this, he instead gazed at that black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was shocked. The other party smiled, come, don't you want to have a taste of the extreme Yang seal? Show me your head, and this Yan will fulfill your wish." As he said this, streams of sunlight actually lit up on his body, the blazing, tough power of the sun illuminating the entire city. Xia Liang and the others exchanged looks. This person's earlier words were exactly what they were thinking. Still, from the looks of it now, they could not help but believe most of it. Now, Xia Liang's expression suddenly changed slightly as he seemed to have secretly received some sort of notification as a hesitant look appeared on his face. That third, Yan Zhaoge, smiled. What? Has the person family head Xia sent to search for my image returned? Let him in. I've said it before, it cannot be fake. Xia Liang clenched his teeth. The three of them all called themselves the Solar Luminary Young Master, possessing incomparably great strength as Whale Fishing City would not be able to stand against any one of them. This was especially so for this third person who was extremely powerful. If he was not, being exposed and enraged, the consequences would be inconceivable. Still, seeing how confident this person was, Xia Liang still waved a hand, bring him in. A moment later, someone walked in. Family head, Xia Liang yelled in a low tone, show him. That person nodded, retrieving a jade talisman and infusing his true essence within. A silhouette was instantly projected from the jade talisman. Everyone held their breaths, staring fixedly at the silhouette. After the silhouette had condensed, Yan Zhaoge's features were revealed, which were exactly the same as the youth present. Everyone simultaneously exhaled, no longer having any doubts within their hearts. So this was the real deal. Xia Liang and that whale breath sect elder hurriedly got up and bowed, please forgive us for our earlier rudeness before the Solar Luminary Young Master. The other party smiled, the ignorant are not guilty. Having never seen me before, you were inevitably deceived by others. It was only because I heard that there were two fakes here that I came. Now, he was suddenly taken aback. An extremely powerful aura directly crushed down on the Xia family manor. Everyone stared dazedly at the Northern Ocean clone as he strode in. The Northern Ocean clone said nothing more as he drew a circle of light in mid-air, forming an illusory scene of light. Within the image, Yan Zhaoge sat leisurely in a private room of a winehouse. Chapter 807. N1 Within the room, Yan Zhaoge sipped on his tea, smiling as he watched all that was happening in the Xia family manor. At this moment, everyone in the Xia family's mansion was stunned. Just now, everyone had confirmed it without a doubt, feeling that this third, Yan Zhaoge, should be the real one. His strength was outstanding, causing others to sigh in admiration. No matter how arrogant and confident the black-clothed youth was, no matter how calm the lanky youth was, however, when they faced the third person, they were utterly defeated, and it was difficult for them to catch up to him. It was said that the Solar Luminary Young Master Yan Zhaoge possessed extraordinary strength and was a supreme genius who far surpassed many experts of the same cultivation level. However, most people had no idea how strong it was or how strong it was. Based on everyone's knowledge and experience in the Xia family's mansion, they all felt that this third person's strength should be the limit. Yan Zhaoge's high-grade sacred artifact, the Supreme Extreme Yang Seal, was a topic that could not be avoided. To a certain extent, his current reputation as the Solar Luminary Young Master in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory mostly stemmed from the Extreme Yang Seal. No matter how unyielding and combative that black-clothed youth was, no matter how reserved that tall, skinny youth was, they ultimately did not reveal the Extreme Yang Seal. They had already been battered to the point where their heads were bleeding and even on the verge of death, yet the Extreme Yang Seal had never appeared. Just this alone was enough to prove that Zheng Ming and the others were fakes. Yet, while the Extreme Yang Seal had yet to appear on the body of this third, Yan Zhaoge, that blazing, tough, majestic power of Extreme Yang was something that no one could imagine other than the Extreme Yang Seal possessing. If these two factors were still insufficient for everyone to confirm his identity, following the image of Yan Zhaoge that the Xia family had obtained, the matter had become indisputable. If Xia Liang and the others had long since possessed an image of Yan Zhaoge, when the first fake had come knocking, they would have been able to see through it. The first person to come knocking, Xiao Yang had ordered people to search for images of Yan Zhaoga's circulating images. Back then, it had only been for the sake of identifying the real number one person. Who knew that 2 Yan Zhaogas would appear one after another? However, fortunately, the item was found in time, and it completely proved that the third person was real. But what was going on now? Xiao Yang held his forehead, feeling that there really was something wrong with the feng shui of his whale fishing city. Looking at the 2 identical Yan Zhaoga, Xiao Yang's throat turned dry. The 2 of you, this Yan Zhaoga, of the Xia family manor had originally always been confident in his way of doing things, casual and carefree. Now, however, a solemn look surfaced within his gaze, especially as he faced the Northern Ocean clone who was not concealing his powerful aura in the slightest. Just as he was about to say something, Yan Zhaoga had already spoken mildly. "Evil creature, why don't you reveal your true form?" Hearing this, everyone in the mansion was stunned. The word vile spawn didn't seem to be used purely to curse someone. The other party's expression changed. Just as he was about to move, the Northern Ocean clone directly extended a hand, pressing down with a palm. That person turned, wanting to flee. However, the Northern Ocean clone's palm seemed to envelop the entire sky, enveloping the great earth as no matter where he fled to, he was still beneath that palm. As the palm descended, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The cold light on his opponent's body was piercingly cold, and an earth-shattering sword light shot up into the sky. This was the power of a mid-grade sacred weapon. As a merging avatar martial saint, he possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was steely as the light of the precipitous golden armor on his body flickered, suppressing that mid-grade sacred artifact that was still unable to exert its full power. The roiling power of extreme yang erupted from this person's body, all-encompassing golden light illuminating all as he seemed to have transformed into the extreme yang star, actually possessing some of the might of the extreme yang seal. While the extreme yang seal was nowhere to be seen, a blazing sun pattern appeared on his forehead. This was the source of the blazing power of extreme yang on his body. At this moment, he no longer cared about exposing himself as he only hoped to be able to flee from the Northern Ocean clone. Still, while he was powerful and possessed the majestic power of that seal, he was still no match for the current Northern Ocean clone. The difference in strength between the two was incalculable. The Northern Ocean clone's palm flickered with light that seemed able to contain the heavens and the earth. Obstructed by the sunlight, it merely paused slightly before continuing to descend. The other party exerted all his might, yet could only watch helplessly as the Northern Ocean clone's palm enveloped him. The Northern Ocean clone slammed this fake into the ground with a palm, yet the Xia family manor and whale fishing city did not seem to shake in the least. His control over his strength had already reached the pinnacle, even seeming to be at ease with it. Everyone in the manor instead felt a little numb at this moment. These people, one slapping another to death, did not even know when this would end. Now, would a newer one jump out and slap the one before them to death once more? Still, seeing that the third person was unable to produce the extreme yang seal, yet had a seal that flickered with sunlight on his forehead, everyone gradually understood. This one was fake as well. Still, was the one who had emerged victorious the real one? As had been said earlier, could it really be that whoever was stronger was the real one? This was especially so for the later one who had not even personally acted. Everyone was at a loss now. However, as the Northern Ocean clone retracted his palm and everyone gazed over, they all exclaimed in shock. What is this? On the ground where the Northern Ocean clone's palm had originally covered, that fake was already nowhere to be seen. However, his corpse was also nowhere to be seen. There was only a massive beast there that was currently on the verge of death, limp and powerless as it sprawled on the ground. This massive beast resembled a deer yet was not a deer, resembled a wolf yet was not a wolf as a tail that resembled a python dragged along behind it. Its originally ferocious aura was now only weak and dispirited. What was eye-catching was that there was clearly a sigil on the beast's forehead that flickered with a faint golden radiance. The radiance was blazing hot and tough, clearly the power of extreme yang. That whale breath sect elder was stunned. This is a Maoyang. Seeing the sigil of sunlight on Maoyang's forehead, everyone was dazed, only reacting after a long time as they all erupted into an uproar. That person just now was this Maoyang that had taken human form? You don't say. There were often such legends in ancient times. Someone retorted, for a beast to take human form, this cultivation base should not be sufficient, right? I've heard of Maoyang before. While its intelligence is not low, it is not proficient in transformation. Someone else said, that is not necessarily the case. There are greater demons and there are also lesser demons. Greater demons depend on their cultivation bases. It is said that some lesser demons have some unique fortuitous encounters, consuming some spirit flowers and herbs, thus being able to take human form as well. From the sigil on its forehead, it should not be wrong, right? I can't tell if it is the same or not. Someone came to a realization. I understand. This sigil was left behind by the extreme yang seal. Just like how a master stamps a mark on his livestock to mark his ownership, this Maoyang is the real solar luminary young master's mount or tamed spiritual beast. It transformed into a human form and fled, but it pretended to be its master to deceive others. Someone asked doubtfully, then his martial arts were originally imparted to him by the solar luminary young master? Everyone nodded. It really looks like that is the case. The solar luminary young master has sent someone to clean up his mess. No wonder he would say, vile creature, show your true form. Chapter 808. Within the room, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, my clan's discipline was not strict enough, alarming you all. I hope that you will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Xiao Yang and the others hurriedly said, we dare not, we dare not. They were still rather dazed at this moment, not knowing how exactly they should interact with Yan Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone reached out once more, keeping the dying Maoyang on the ground before retrieving a jade necklace. The jade necklace flew into the air, arriving before Xiao Yang. Yan Zhaoge said, this Maoyang of my clan was disloyal and disloyal, even impersonating me after fleeing, ruining my reputation. First, not mentioning this, the other two have both come for this item. Now, it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Xiao Yang received the necklace rather astonished, this indeed belongs to my Xia family. I had not thought that it would actually be on this person. Thank you, he spoke rather hesitantly, really having been scared by the successive fake Yan Zhaoge. Seeing the necklace, Xiao Yang finally understood why those people had come earlier. That tall, thin youth who had first arrived at the Xia family had previously been shown some of the treasures of the manor by him. This jade necklace had most likely been swapped at that time, and the one currently stored in the treasury of the manor was most likely a fake. Afterwards, that tall, thin youth had been killed, and the jade necklace had also fallen into the hands of his killer. Now, it had been seized by Yan Zhaoge and returned to him. Xiao Yang repeatedly checked it, confirming that what he was currently holding was the real thing, and not a fake that had been swapped yet again. It was just that in Xiao Yang's impression, while this necklace was precious, even he as its owner did not know what value or secret it contained that was worth so many people going to such great lengths to obtain it. He looked carefully at Yan Zhaoge. While the one before him seemed the most authentic, who knew if he might have some other intentions as well? Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would nod towards everyone in the manor, with this matter already concluded, this Yan will take his leave. Do as you please. Saying thus, the image of light directly vanished. Xiao Yang and the others were dazed once more. Yan Zhaoge had no intention of coming to the Xia family manor at all, not even intending to converse with them. Xiao Yang swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone. He saw the Northern Ocean clone striding towards that black-clothed youth after keeping Zhou Yang away. Although the black-clothed youth was arrogant, he did not dare to act rashly. He had a feeling that the Yen Zhaoge this time was probably real. First, not speaking of the fact that he had finally been caught in his impersonation, the Northern Ocean clone before him was a seeing divinity martial saint expert. That terrifying aura caused the black-clothed youth to be unable to breathe. The Northern Ocean clone said mildly, "I can feel that there are some living people within your accompanying shadow shrinking pouch." That black-clothed youth was taken aback. As the Northern Ocean clone pressed down with a palm, he was unable to move as the shadow shrinking pouch was already in the Northern Ocean clone's hands. As soon as the pouch opened, several figures flew out and landed on the ground. They were beautiful women. Xiao Yang and the others were stunned. The Northern Ocean clone now opened his palm, a figure appearing on his palm, leaping onto the ground. Everyone in the mansion looked over curiously. It was a young man. This young man was only at the Grandmaster realm. No matter how they looked at him, he looked very ordinary. Still, he had been brought in by the Northern Ocean clone. No one dared to underestimate him. That youth was still rather dazed now, as if he was in a dream. However, as his gaze fell on one of those women, his expression instantly changed. That woman had a blank and panicked expression on her face. Meeting his gaze now, she immediately cried out in shock. The two tightly embraced each other. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm, devoid of joy or sorrow as he lowered his head to look at that black-clothed youth, continuing to exert force with his palm. The black-clothed youth instantly emitted a tragic howl, the bones of his entire body virtually all breaking apart, his meridians destroyed and his internal organs shattered. His true essence transformed completely into vitality before dispersing from the acupoints of his entire body. The powerful life force of a martial saint prevented him from dying within a short period of time. Still, his cultivation base was already completely crippled, his power completely gone. The black-clothed youth only felt like he was better off dead than alive. He would rather have been slain with a single palm. The Northern Ocean clone could completely slay him with a single palm. Yet, he had just allowed him to linger on at death's door. An even more bone-piercing chill arose in his heart. Indeed, he heard the Northern Ocean clone say, "You can decide how you want to deal with this person." Hearing his words, the eyes of the young martial scholar who had reunited with his wife instantly reddened. After consoling his wife a little, he strode over. Even though he was a martial saint with a crippled cultivation base, his essence, qi, and spirit had yet to completely dissipate. Glared furiously at by the other party, the youth who was only a martial scholar could not help but tremble. However, the fury and hatred within his heart suppressed his terror and panic. He abruptly roared, simultaneously striking out with his palms towards the other party. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone nodded slightly. "You do have some guts and backbone." Having avenged himself, that young martial scholar was momentarily at a loss for a time. Still, he quickly recovered this time and knelt down towards the Northern Ocean clone. "Thank you, thank the solar luminary young master for upholding justice for me." His wife hurriedly knelt down as well. The other women all knelt down simultaneously as well. However, by the time they raised their heads, the Northern Ocean clone had already vanished. Xiao Yang and the others watched dazedly as the Northern Ocean clone came and went without a trace, feeling shocked within. He left just like that. He had nothing else to say or do. Right, the real Yen Zhaoge had never intended to obtain anything from this whale fishing city and the Xia family in the first place. Having taken care of the impostors who had impersonated him, he had naturally left. Xiao Yang and the Whale Breath Sect elder exchanged looks, that Whale Breath Sect elder sighing, "This final one is the real solar luminary young master. This old man was impolite just now. I only hope that the solar luminary young master will not blame me." Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. Right, an elite like the solar luminary young master would probably not care about the Xia family and whale fishing city at all. It's just that, sigh. It was just that they had lost a chance to get on Yan Zhaoge's good side. It was a pity that the Xia family had been fearful of not being able to properly entertain the impostors. Yet, they had just had to act foolishly before the real one. Regaining his wits, Xia Liang was filled with regret as he wished that he could give himself two tight sla. A Xia family descendant beside him suddenly jolted awake as he hurriedly said, "Family head, the environment in the image just now seemed a little like the layout of a restaurant in our whale fishing city." Xia Liang's eyes instantly lit up. "Quick, lead the way." Those of the Xia family in the manor instantly sped into action once more. At this moment, the Northern Ocean clone had already returned to the restaurant's private room. Light flickered on his palm as two silhouettes landed on the ground. One of the silhouettes was that Mao Yang who was on the brink of death, while the other had the exact same appearance as Yan Zhaoge. He was currently staring in a daze at Mao Yang who had a sigil of sunlight imprinted on his forehead. This person smiled bitterly, touching his forehead. He was a living person. Had he become a demon of Yan Zhaoge's lineage who had secretly escaped and caused chaos just like that? Chapter 809. Even if the other two fakes had not arrived, the tall, thin youth who had arrived first might still have been exposed if he had remained for too long. After all, his appearance was still rather different from Yan Zhaoge's. Anyone who had seen Yan Zhaoge's true form or seen an image of him before would be able to tell that he was not Yan Zhaoge himself. It was the same for the black-clothed youth who had arrived later. Only this third person would be able to come and go as he pleased without any problems at all. It was not just Whale Fishing City and the Xie family. No matter how vast the world was, he could use Yan Zhaoge's name to wander about. So long as he did not meet someone familiar to Yan Zhaoge, most people would not be able to tell the difference. Yan Zhaoge himself cultivated in a wide range of martial arts. Even if his martial arts were different from Yan Zhaoge's, he would still be able to conceal it. This third person had originally been very confident in himself as he had decided not to go to the Royal Reed Sea, thinking that he would be able to go anywhere else. It was a long journey. By the time the locals had received the news and learnt that Yan Zhaoge had not left the Royal Reed Sea or had appeared somewhere else, he would have long since left, heading elsewhere. It was just that his luck was really bad as he had actually just happened to meet the real deal the first time he had impersonated Yan Zhaoge. Looking at that Mao Yang, even as he smiled bitterly to himself, a chill also arose slightly within his heart. Yan Zhaoge was trying to prevent such a situation from occurring. Yan Zhaoge did not know how many people like him there were, and did not know if there would be others like him in existence. His foreshadowing in Whale Fishing City today was equivalent to an endorsement. If something like this happened again in the future, it would be some demonic beast of his who had attained human form sneaking away again. Yan Zhaoge appraised the other party rather interestedly. To Yan Zhaoge, this act of transforming someone into a living person was actually more out of some vile interest in watching Journey to the West. He had encountered two Mao Yang along the way earlier, killing one and capturing the other. The cartilage of this thing would be a supreme delicacy when cooked, allowing the gluttons like Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and the others to have their fill of food along the way. The one that was still alive had been brought along with him, being kept in the Myriad Dragon Palace to maintain its freshness. He had not thought that it would be put to use here. Speaking of which, as compared to evil creature revealing its true form, Yan Zhaoge would have preferred to try saying something like, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Looking at the other party, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Oh, it shouldn't be some kind of treasure." Instead, it seems like he consumed some kind of pill. That person nodded and said, "Yes, I did consume a type of form-dispelling pill. I was the one who offended you, so please forgive me. If you need me to compensate you in any way, I'll agree to anything within my means." Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone, who retrieved a shadow shrinking pouch, spending some effort before finally opening it. "The restriction on this shadow shrinking pouch was placed by your family's elders, right?" Yan Zhaoge smiled as he rummaged through the shrinking shadow sack. After a moment, he took out a medicinal bottle from within, sniffing it before taking out a golden needle and stabbing it within. He used his own true essence to feel and analyze it. After a short while, Yan Zhaoge said, "Very intricate. The level of the person who concocted the pill was very high. If I am not mistaken, this medicinal pill has a time limit. Taking one can only last for a certain period of time. After that, you will need to take it again in order to maintain it." The man nodded. "Yes, not bad." Yan Zhaoge held a medicinal pill in his palm as he asked, "There is one thing that I am not very certain of. It seems that everyone who consumes this pill can only assume the appearance of a fixed person. Consuming the pill afterwards would only prolong the medicinal effect, not being able to transform into someone else." Hearing his words, the other party was shocked. He was able to see so much about the form-dispelling pill without consuming it. Seeing this person's expression, Yan Zhaoge knew that his guess was correct. He smiled as he kept the pill before asking, "What's with that jade necklace?" "Those two fellows aside, you are of rather extraordinary birth. Why are you also coveting the things of this small place? Any one of you three would be able to forcibly snatch it from me with the strength that the people of Whale Fishing City currently have. Why did you resort to such a method?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "Oh, right. You don't count. You intended to impersonate me from the start, intending to continue doing so." This person before him was rather adaptable as he answered honestly, "That necklace seems to be related to some secret treasure. It was only a spur-of-the-moment idea of mine. Those two must have been specifically aiming for that thing. The Whale Breath sect has set up a special mechanism in the Xia family manor of Whale Fishing City. If they forcibly attack and destroy the manor, the Whale Breath sect will immediately know of it. At the end of the day, this is a sect with an immortal bridge martial saint. No one wants to cause too much of a disturbance lest it be detrimental to their future plans. Even if the three of them were to fight it out like now, it would at least not infuriate the Whale Breath sect into immediately sending experts over to capture us." Despite saying this person still appeared rather relaxed. Yan Zhaoge pointed at the talisman on his forehead, asking, "How did you get this talisman?" The other party answered, "It was left behind by a senior. I am not clear on the specifics." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, so the exalted solar luminary once had dealings with experts of the prime clear lineage. His casual words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the other party's ears. Even having fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, the man who had still been able to maintain his calm despite feeling rather dejected and defeated was now staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "What? While the sword art you executed is a variant of the immortal ending sword, it is definitely of the direct lineage, being a variation of the most orthodox immortal ending sword manual of the prime clear lineage. If not for your deep comprehension of the true immortal ending sword manual, how would you have been able to produce such an intricate sword art that is easy to disguise? Looking at your martial arts, there is no enmity between us in the past. You should not have pretended to be me in order to frame me. Instead, it should have been for convenience in moving about in the world beyond worlds, or perhaps in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. You can also be considered a peerless genius with a tinge of pride. If not for the fact that you had no choice or other motives, why would you want to turn yourself into someone else?" In truth, the three fakes he had encountered in Whale Fishing City had all been extremely outstanding in terms of talent and strength. While they were all mid-merging avatar martial saints, their strength surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. There would always be someone stronger amongst the strong, and this third person was also the strongest amongst the three of them. How could someone of the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage be easy to deal with? The Northern Ocean clone had been able to toy with him like this because the difference in their cultivation bases was just too great, and the Northern Ocean clone was similarly extremely powerful. Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, "The earthly sovereign has decreed that descendants of the prime clear lineage are strictly forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. Those who disobey will be slain immediately. Why have you braved such a great risk and come here?" The shocked expression on that person's face gradually vanished as he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. I had not thought that the renowned solar luminary young master would actually be a descendant of my prime clear lineage. I have been disrespectful. The other party calmed down. While you are stronger than me, your cultivation base is not much higher than mine. If you are not someone who also cultivates in the direct lineage immortal ending sword manual, how would you be able to see through my foundation? The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. I am different from you, just like a certain person who is different from you and you all. That person was rather taken aback. You are a descendant of senior apprentice granduncle Long's lineage? Chapter 8:10. Senior apprentice granduncle Long. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. It looks like you are rather valued by your seniors in your lineage, knowing such a secret. Still. Yan Zhaoge instead shook his head. I am different from you, different from that person as well. The other party glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge. Having been able to roam the world beyond worlds alone, how could he be someone who spoke indiscriminately? While it had seemed like he had blurted out some information earlier, it had actually been yet another attempt to mislead and probe Yan Zhaoge. His senior apprentice granduncle's lineage had always been passed down by a single person in the world beyond worlds. Also, it was not a master-disciple lineage but a bloodline legacy. With descendants remaining in the world beyond worlds, his seniors would have to leave as they would not remain in the world beyond worlds. While he did not know who the person currently in the world beyond worlds was or what his identity was to outsiders, it was definitely not Yan Zhaoge. His understanding of Yan Zhaoge was very limited. Still, he knew that Yan Zhaoge's father had appeared in the royal Reed Sea as well, his identity clear. If Yan Zhaoge had directly admitted it earlier in an attempt to mislead him, he would instead know that Yan Zhaoge did not understand the situation. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's words now made it hard for him to judge. Looking at the other party, Yan Zhaoge smiled. No need to try and get information out of me. You should just answer my questions honestly. I have never minded extorting confessions through torture. While you are older than me, you are still extremely young amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. I believe that your talent and will are both very good, and you might even be very confident in your own willpower. Yan Zhaoge smilingly took out a golden needle, waving it in front of the other party. Still, I wonder if you can withstand the cold marrow needles of the 7 great tortures? With your background, you should have heard of the cold marrow needles before. It is true that you are of the prime clear direct lineage and have a deep background. Still, since you pretended to be me and ended up in my hands, I will have no qualms about whatever I do to you. I will say this shamelessly. Even if I pull out your tendons and flay your skin, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, if your seniors want to avenge you and come to the world beyond worlds to look for me, they will first have to pass through the earthly sovereign. That youth smiled bitterly. It was wrong of me to impersonate you and enter the world beyond worlds. Still, we can be considered to have some sort of relationship at the end of the day. There is no need to use a great torture like the cold marrow needles, right? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, interrupting him. Whether or not there is a relationship between us will depend on whether or not you are tactful. This youth instantly choked, not having thought at all that Yan Zhaoge would be so shameless. Yan Zhaoge asked leisurely, right, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name? He almost had the urge to burst into tears. After such a long time, you still know to ask for my name? The youth answered solemnly, Prime Clear Disciple, Sun Zhongda. Yan Zhaoge nodded, very good. I do not need you to say anything about the internal affairs of your lineage. Still, you have to tell me clearly why you have come to the world beyond worlds. Sun Zhongda sighed. Regarding the problem of his sect, he would rather challenge the punishment than reveal it. Still, Yan Zhaoge had not asked him about this, only asking him why he had come to the world beyond worlds. With that, there was no need for him to be stubborn. After all, he was meat on someone else's chopping block. If he stubbornly persisted, he would only suffer. While Sun Zhongda also cultivated in the Tao of the sword, he was flexible and adaptable. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he was always adaptable. He was silent for a moment before he said, "That jade necklace is related to a secret treasure. While I only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment after hearing the news, I have also come to the world beyond worlds this time for that secret treasure. Knowing that the jade necklace is related to that secret treasure, I have also made a trip to Whale Fishing City." Yan Zhaoge glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "What kind of secret treasure would cause you to be willing to take such a great risk?" Sun Zhongda said, "It is related to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. If the clues are right, it should be the pill hall of the Divine Palace where countless divine pills and spirit medicines were stored that year." While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, he was inwardly vigilant. "Are you trying to scare me?" First, not mentioning whether the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace still exists after the Great Calamity. Even if it does, if it really does exist, the bigwigs of your prime clear lineage would not even complain about having too many people mobilizing. You have come to the world beyond worlds alone now. Pardon my bluntness, but you are not even qualified to lead the way. Sun Zhongda's expression was as per usual after hearing this. The solar luminary young master speaks true. I have only come to try my luck. It is not that I will definitely be able to find the pill hall of the Divine Palace. He said candidly, the clues are extremely limited. Also, they do not point to the pill hall itself, instead pointing to a pill furnace that was once within the hall. I want to try and find this pill furnace. Afterwards, there might be some hope of finding the pill hall. Still, can you actually find the pill furnace? Even if you do find it, can you find the pill hall? As you said just now, does the pill hall still exist? How many divine pills are still preserved within? These are all unknown. My lineage will naturally not invest too much effort into this. Sun Zhongda said, researching the clues, I sensed that there might be a way out of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, after some preparations, I came here. Disguising myself as you is to make it easier to traverse the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge asked him, where is your destination in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Sun Zhongda answered, Jade Sun Mountain Range, Solitary Heart Peak. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ai exchanged glances without batting an eyelid. Yan Zhaoge had found clues based on the encompassing abundance golden pill. The heavenly flame tree that he was looking for was precisely growing in the vicinity of the Jade Sun Mountain Range's Solitary Heart Peak. Yan Zhaoge asked, what does this jade necklace have to do with that place? Sun Zhongda explained, it is rumored that this is not a treasure that the Xie family has always possessed. Instead, the family head Xie Liang purchased it from someone else. The original owner of this item had once been to the Jade Sun Mountain Range's Solitary Heart Peak, having even obtained 2 spirit pills that could be considered precious even in the world beyond worlds from there. As news had spread afterwards, others had headed there as well, trying to try their luck. Still, they had all returned empty-handed in the end. The original owner having already perished, not leaving anything behind, some people had set their gazes on this jade necklace. There were only a few people in the vicinity of the Jade Sun Mountain Range who knew of this as it had yet to spread to the setting sun archipelago. While Xie Liang had purchased the jade necklace, he was unaware of the underlying story behind it. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, can you let me take a look at that most original clue that you obtained? Sun Zhongda smiled bitterly, it is not that I am unwilling. It is that I cannot. That is just a piece of information stored within a jade talisman. After looking at it, the jade talisman became empty. Yan Zhaoge stared at him for a while before suddenly smiling, I just like dishonest people like you. Saying thus, he pierced an acupoint on Sun Zhongda's body with a golden needle. The other party's expression instantly changed greatly. Looking at the trembling Sun Zhongda, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the thing still exists, just that it is not in your hands. You have other fellow disciples who have also come out in search of that treasure, just that they might not have entered the world beyond worlds, right? Chapter 8:11. Thank you. Sun Zhongda's cultivation base was being suppressed by the Northern Ocean clone. Currently, the cold marrow needles had caused all his true essence to turn yin, spreading throughout his limbs and bones as they were pervasive and hard to resist. The sigil of sunlight on his forehead wanted to light up once more, but was suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's extreme yang seal as it instantly ceased to move at all. Sun Zhongda currently felt like innumerable sharp needles were stabbing into every single part of his body at the same time. Every single one of his pores was being pierced by needles. It was not even sufficient to describe the density of the needles. Sun Zhongda could only feel that there was not a single spot on his entire body that was the size of a needle that did not bear that bone-piercing pain. The pain of these needles would not be reduced just because some parts of his body were exceptionally weak. On the contrary, the more weak the parts, the more intense the pain would be. For example, his eyes, his mouth, his perineum. Fortunately, this needle of Yan Zhaoge's did not persist for too long. Sun Zhongda shuddered, only recovering after a long time. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge had a regretful expression on his face. Sigh, it looks like you are not willing to have some connection with this Yan Ah. There really is no helping it. Such things cannot be forced. If he could defeat Yan Zhaoge, Sun Zhongda swore that he would definitely properly teach this shameless bastard who was still trying to act innocent after gaining an advantage. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone's palm pressed down, suppressing him to the point where he was unable to move at all. Sun Zhongda smiled bitterly. There are indeed fellow disciples who are searching for the same secret treasure as me. Still, we are not on the same side. They are searching for it in extra-dimensional space while I am searching for it here in the world beyond worlds. The item is in their hands. I really cannot take it out. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said, I have a way to contact them. Still, I really cannot tell you about this. I would rather die beneath your cold marrow needles. With the unique communication technique of descendants of the prime clear lineage, it would be possible to mislead the other party by sending false information or even setting up a trap to kill him. This was especially so if Yan Zhaoge leaked it to some major figures of the world beyond worlds. The consequences would be something that Sun Zhongda would be unable to predict. He could provide a false method of contact, instead informing his fellow disciples of his predicament and causing them to be wary. Still, after what had just happened, Sun Zhongda felt that Yan Zhaoge would probably not fall for it. Since that was the case, he might as well die rather than submit. But then again, he wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't confident that he could endure the torture of the cold marrow needles. It was hard to say how long they could last. The longer it lasted, the more intense the pain caused by the cold marrow needles. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I said before that I don't care about the matters of your clan. However, on the other hand, you have to tell me clearly what I care about. He suddenly chuckled. Searching in the outer realm? That's not something anyone can do. It seems like it's someone who cultivates the immortal trapping sword manual. Zhu Xian was sharp, Slaughter Immortal was dead, and Trap Immortal was surrounded by red light. The Absolute Immortals' transformations were boundless, the blood of the great Luo Immortals stained their clothes. This ballad simply described the characteristics of the four exterminating immortal swords. Compared to the celestial slashing sword that could slay the transformation of the illusory and the formless world, the celestial trapping sword was the sword of finality that could slay time and space. If the celestial slashing sword could destroy all things, then the celestial trapping sword could sever time and space. When cultivated to the peak, a single sword could slay space, severing the long river of time and shattering countless worlds of space. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge had easily defeated Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan's time-flowing sword in the underwater palace back then, he had also felt that it would have been even easier if he didn't cultivate in the immortal trapping sword. From a certain perspective, the concept of the immortal trapping sword just happened to counter the spatial heavenly scripture and the Aeon light heavenly scripture as they mutually reinforced and countered each other. When cultivated to a certain level, like the spatial heavenly scripture, the immortal trapping sword would allow a martial practitioner to move relatively freely amidst infinite space. Possessing both the immortal trapping sword and the immortal ending sword, Sun Zhongda's lineage really seemed to be the most orthodox of the prime clear direct lineage. Sun Zhongda's expression was exceptionally marvelous now. He stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge for a long time before a smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on his face. The descendants of the prime clear lineage had not appeared in the world beyond worlds and the many lower worlds for a long time. Most people had already long since known them as legends that had been buried in the dust of history. In the current world beyond worlds, besides the peak bigwigs, how many people possess sufficient understanding towards the legacies of the prime clear lineage? While you, Yan Zhaoge, might be related to the exalted solar luminary, being so clear about the special characteristics of the immortal exterminating four swords, would you dare to say that you were not related to the legacies of the prime clear lineage at all? Sun Zhongda currently had a very bad premonition. With Yan Zhaoge not concealing anything in front of him, didn't that mean that he had already made up his mind to get rid of him? Relax. While I am a little unhappy that you impersonated me, seeing that you are much more professional than those two fakes, I still rather admire you. As long as you cooperate obediently, I will not take your life. Looking at Sun Zhongda's expression, Yan Zhaoge could roughly tell what he was thinking. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Tell me how the secret treasure you are looking for is related to the Jade Sun Mountain Range's solitary heart peak. While I won't let you go, as long as you don't try anything funny, I won't kill you. After this matter is concluded, you might still have a chance to regain your freedom. As for if you try anything funny, I naturally have various methods to deal with you. The cold marrow needles are just the first stage. There are still many new tricks after that. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Sun Zhongda. I wonder if you would be willing to give me a hand in testing out all of them? Sun Zhongda lost his temper. I have no other choice but to believe you. Don't ask me about matters related to my lineage. I will tell you everything else. I have yet to go to the Jade Sun Mountain Range. Still, according to the clues I obtained, there should be some secret cave manor there with a spatial passageway leading to a space outside the domain. The supreme pill treasure of the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the profound sky-purple gold furnace, or something related to it, might be there. Apart from that, there might also be some scattered divine pills and spirit medicines. The pill that the owner of the jade necklace found in the Jade Sun Mountain Range earlier should have been concocted by the profound sky-purple gold furnace in pre-Great Calamity times. Sun Zhongda said, for a pill of pre-Great Calamity to have been preserved till now with its medicinal efficacy still intact, it is definitely not ordinary. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly as he listened, pondering for a moment before smiling. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you to travel with this yen for a period of time. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force with his palm, Sun Zhongda's figure vanishing. That Mao Yang was imprisoned within the Myriad Dragon Palace as well. Xiao Ai now asked from the side, young master, you have already returned that jade necklace to the Xie family. Does that thing have anything to do with the secret treasure? Yan Zhaoge smiled, I have returned it, but we also have what we should have. The Northern Ocean clone similarly smiled as light shot out from one of his pupils, illuminating the air and manifesting as many diagrams. Chapter 8:12. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Still, this did not mean that he had relaxed just like that. Instead, he had regrouped and set off once more. Everyone, please support your monthly tickets and official subscriptions. Thank you. The numerous diagrams that appeared within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone merged amidst space, finally forming a three-dimensional image. The scene displayed within the image guided Yan Zhaoge's path. Amidst lofty mountains and perilous peaks, within a secluded mountain stream that virtually never saw the light of day, there was a lone cave that was concealed by strange rocks and moss. Xiao Ai realized, after snatching the jade necklace from that Sun Zhongda and handing it over to the head of the Xie family, young master's clone already successfully analyzed the secret of the necklace. Yan Zhaoge smiled, precisely so. While it is rather complicated, it is still not difficult for me. The original owner met with a tribulation after leaving the Jade Sun mountain range and died very quickly. The necklace was a hint he left for his descendants. Sadly, his descendants were unable to discover the secret within, even selling it to the Xia family of the Setting Sun archipelago. He pointed at the image. This cave should be where the original owner of the jade necklace discovered the miraculous medicine. Feng Yunxing asked, "Are we leaving immediately?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "We will search for Mother's whereabouts in Whale Fishing City. If we do not find anything, we will leave this place and head to the Jade Dragon Mountain Range's Solitary Heart Peak." From the news he had heard earlier, Solitary Heart Peak was a place where heavenly flame trees rarely grew in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Analyzing the clues left behind in Qi Wei's notebook, he had obtained the encompassing abundance golden pill in relation to this place. If he had still not been able to confirm this earlier, now that he had seen Sun Zhongda's reaction and the information left behind by the jade necklace, Yan Zhaoge believed that the Jade Sun mountain range's Solitary Heart Peak was precisely where his target was. Yan Zhaoge had planned to head to the region of the Jade Sun mountain range's Solitary Heart Peak next after Whale Fishing City. Now that he had this diagram, he would be able to save a great deal of time as he headed directly to that cave. It's actually the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Yan Zhaoge pondered as some distant memories surfaced within his mind. While he had not personally come into contact with the profound sky-purple gold furnace before, Yan Zhaoge also knew that it was a supreme treasure of the Tao of alchemy. In pre-Great Calamity times, it had been a top-ranked divine artifact for concocting pills. The internal crystal furnace that Yan Zhaoge was currently using for artifact forging was actually a variant of this supreme treasure, changing pill concoction into artifact forging. At the cost of reducing the efficiency of the internal crystal furnace to a certain extent, it was exchanged for the ease of operation and popularization of its manufacture. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, this could be considered as a good deed benefiting the masses. Of course, the profound sky-purple gold furnace was still the profound sky-purple gold furnace. It was unique and difficult to replicate. As an important treasure of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the cauldron had always been kept in the pill hall. It would only be opened once in a while. The medicinal pills refined by him had miraculous effects, causing one to gasp in amazement. Compared to a powerful immortal pill like the encompassing abundance golden pill, there was a limit to how many of them could be refined. But when it was used to refine other inferior pills, the output was extremely shocking. The Heavenly Court's divine palace's pill hall had a huge amount of elixirs. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Moreover, this so-called inferior pill was only relative to the encompassing abundance golden pill. In the current post-Great Calamity era, these pills were all supreme treasures. In the world beyond worlds, just a single one of them would cause people to fight over it. While it was often said that cultivating in a diagram and relying on pills would cause one's foundation to be unstable, the path of ascension becoming increasingly narrow, this was only relatively speaking. While an oceanic amount of elixirs could not guarantee that a mediocre person would definitely become a peerless expert, it could guarantee that those who were already geniuses would be able to ascend to the peak faster. Whether or not their foundation would be unstable depended more on personal factors. As he pondered, Hu, who had left earlier, re-entered, smiling. "Young master, the Xia family's head Xia Liang and the others have come to pay a visit to you." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "There's nothing to see. I obtained the clues within the jade necklace from him, but also returned the jade necklace to his hands. Whether or not he can discover the secret within will depend on his own abilities. To him, if he can't discover it, it would just be that today's matter never happened and those fakes never came knocking. It would be the same as before, with nothing to gain and nothing to lose." Yan Zhaoge said, "The matter of finding the clues to my mother should be done in private. There is no need to rely on the help of the locals, causing a huge uproar in the end." Hu answered, "I know what to do." He paused for a moment before slapping his head. "Right, that kid whose wife was abducted earlier has also come." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge remained seated as he swiveled his head and gazed towards the entrance of the winehouse. His gaze directly penetrated through the obstruction of objects, seeing that other than Xiao Yang and the others, that young martial scholar whose wife had been abducted earlier was currently dragging his wife along as they arrived at the entrance of the winehouse together. The youth who had refused to submit to the fake Yan Zhaoge, who was also a martial saint earlier, was now kneeling on one knee, bowing deeply towards the winehouse. He did not even know where exactly Yan Zhaoge was within the winehouse. However, after bowing together, the husband and wife did not remain behind, not even attempting to meet Yan Zhaoge again, as they just directly turned and left. Seeing this, a look of praise instead appeared within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Watching the other party gradually leave, Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. He indeed has some backbone. That black-clothed fake who had abducted his wife should be a solitary practitioner of the Jade Sun Mountain range. While the possibility of him having relatives or friends was rather low, those who had killed him might still face retaliation. While his death had been due to Yan Zhaoge, it had been that young martial scholar whose wife had been abducted who had personally killed him. While the other party could not afford to offend Yan Zhaoge, he might have killed this youth to vent his anger. Under such circumstances, this person had still dared to viciously kill him, only thanking Yan Zhaoge afterwards, as he had no intention of seeking protection and relying on Yan Zhaoge's group. His talent is actually not weak, being above average. It is just that he started cultivating a little late. Still, it is not impossible for him to become a late bloomer. Yan Zhaoge said to Ah Hu, while his personality is a little rash, his will is not bad. Just give him a chance, letting him stay or leave as he wishes. Ah Hu understood. I will point out a clear path for him, also preparing some traveling expenses. Whether he is willing to head far away to the Royal Reed Sea and attempt to enter our sect or not will be entirely up to him. Yan Zhaoge nodded and Ah Hu immediately retreated, going outside the winehouse to deal with Xiao Yang and the others. The Northern Ocean clone left the winehouse, continuing his search for Xue Chuqing's whereabouts. Sadly, it seemed like Whale Fishing City really did not have much to show for it. Yan Zhaoge's group thus took their leave, leaving the city and heading to the Jade Sun Mountain range. The head of the Xie family, Xiao Yang, was unable to meet Yan Zhaoge at the end of the day. While Ah Hu spoke politely, he was actually feeling uneasy as he did not know if Yan Zhaoge really did not care about what had happened earlier. Logically speaking, Yan Zhaoge was not often active in the Setting Sun archipelago. It was not a big deal for him to miss it. Still, Xiao Yang just felt that he and his family seemed to have missed out on something important. Chapter 8:13. Leaving Whale Fishing City and the Setting Sun archipelago, Yan Zhaoge's group headed straight for the Jade Sun Mountain range's solitary heart peak. Pan Pan carried the Myriad Dragon Palace, speeding through the air. Yan Zhaoge and the others were seated within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Ah Hu was diligently cultivating, Feng Yunsheng was meditating, and Xiao Ai was entranced by a formation diagram that Yan Zhaoge had imparted to her. The Northern Ocean clone was similarly seated in the meditative position within the palace, a great spear placed horizontally across his knees. Light flickered on the tip of the spear, resembling flowing fire as a powerful aura surged from within, tyrannical and authoritative. It was none other than the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear. With the Northern Ocean clone's current cultivation base, it would not be easy for him to refine this weapon, as he did not cultivate in the direct lineage of the Grand Xian dynasty's 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear. Still, after more than half a year of careful refinement, this weapon had already fallen into the Northern Ocean clone's hands now. Yan Zhaoge did not interfere, instead allowing the Northern Ocean clone to face it alone. In this process of refinement, this high-grade sacred artifact resembled a whetstone as it was tempering the Northern Ocean clone as well. As the Northern Ocean clone inhaled and exhaled, the many acupoints of his body shook together, resonating with the myriad stars of the universe. More and more acupoints were unceasingly surpassing the bottleneck of refining their acupoints to see divinity, possessing even more inconceivable power as the Northern Ocean clone grew stronger and stronger. Accompanied by the refinement of the King Xian spear, the Northern Ocean clone currently stood at the peak of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. He was only a paper-thin distance away from surpassing the final bottleneck and breaking through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. The characteristic of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, was to light up the starfire within one's body. When one refined their acupoints to see divinity, the inner universe would appear and truly begin communicating with the outer universe, indicating that the martial practitioner's inner universe would begin to unceasingly form and be perfected. During this process, one would have to continue raising the strength of their fleshly body's qi and blood in order to support more of their acupoints to resonate with the actual stars and see divinity. While refining their acupoints to see divinity could strengthen the fleshly body in itself, the progress was still insufficient to unceasingly surpass the limits of the human body. From the acupoints that had already been refined into divinity, the method was to give birth to a purifying fire and use it to cleanse the body. It was like the starlight in the internal universe had turned into starfire that flickered in the sky. By lighting up the starfire in one's body, one would be able to further expand one's limits and support more acupoints to become divinity, continuing to climb the path of martial arts. In order to light up starfire, just one acupoint alone was not enough. It required a certain number of acupoints that had become stars in the body. Once the basic conditions were met, he could continue to try and figure it out to break through the final barrier. The Northern Ocean clone was currently already at this bottleneck, only having to light up starfire before he would be reborn once more, stepping into the 5th level of the martial saint realm. At this time, Yan Zhaoge had already finished adjusting his condition. His attention fell on the internal crystal furnace in front of him. At this moment, this internal crystal furnace of his was constantly being perfected and upgraded, having basically already regained its glory from before the Great Calamity. With Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base as a martial saint, so long as he had sufficient materials, he could even mass-produce low-grade sacred artifacts. Still, materials that could be used to forge sacred artifacts were always scarce. This was the case in the world beyond worlds as well. Yan Zhaoge guessed that perhaps the central June Heaven territory and Kunlun Mountain would be more abundant. At this moment, he was staring at the internal crystal furnace, staring at a dark green bamboo cane that flickered with purple light. As compared to before, this dark green bamboo cane had grown longer again, already nearing 6 feet in length from its original 5 feet in length. The bamboo cane that had originally had 5 segments had now grown a 6th segment as well, and was about to be completed. Yan Zhaoge weighed a sword in his hand, its sword light resembling a long rainbow as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, which he had obtained from killing Liao Zheng of Shenlingzi's lineage back when he had obtained the earth-ocean lung crystals and the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance. As a sword sacred artifact, this was one of the weapons that Yan Zhaoge was more used to traversing the Royal Reed Sea for a period of time afterwards. Still, it was already no longer of use now. First, not speaking of the high-grade sacred artifact, the evil sword Taotai, just the weapon that he had just obtained from Sun Zhongda was a mid-grade sacred artifact that surpassed the glorious rainbow sword. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the internal crystal furnace before tossing the glorious rainbow sword within. While it can be unceasingly refined and strengthened along with the growth of my cultivation base, it still requires nourishment. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li using artifacts and spirit artifacts as firewood to burn. Yan Zhaoge himself actually didn't feel any psychological burden when burning sacred artifacts. Still, sacred artifacts were hard to come by at the end of the day. While Yan Zhaoge was gradually unable to use low-grade sacred artifacts, there were many people by his side and in his lineage who could use them. In the 8 extremities world back then, a single low-grade sacred artifact had been sufficient to influence the overall situation of the world to a certain extent. Even now, the number of low-grade sacred artifacts in the Eight Extremities world was actually still very limited. Broad Creed Mountain having established its lineage and established its foundation in the world beyond worlds, it similarly required sufficient resources. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge had accumulated some treasures through the loot of his enemies earlier, he had not directly burned them into the internal crystal furnace to forge this bamboo cane of his. Still, there was basically no need for him to consider this now. Speaking of which, he still had to thank King Xuanmu. After the Battle of the Spirit Inheritance region and the Great Battle in which the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had descended into the Eight Extremities world, the spoils of war that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had obtained were not just the King Xian spear, the cloud-commanding spear and the precipitous golden armor. There had also been an even more massive number of low-grade sacred artifacts. While Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Yuan Jingfeng had all been rather domineering in their attacks and some had inevitably been destroyed in the process of battle, there was still a considerable amount left. On this basis, the more superior ones were kept while the remaining ones were given to Yan Zhaoge to burn as firewood. For Broad Creed Mountain to establish itself in the world beyond worlds, it currently had to rely more on high-end combat prowess like Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Feng Yunsheng, and Yuan Jingfeng. As for the middle echelons, a long time would still be needed. Now that the internal crystal furnace had been completed, while sacred artifacts were hard to forge, there was still time for their resources to grow alongside their manpower. Of course, if news of this spread, the other powers would definitely collapse upon hearing it. Of the low-grade sacred artifacts that Yan Zhaoge had on him now, the imperious cold martial armor and the fish dragon spear, had all already been burned into the internal crystal furnace. He still had use for the former while the latter was the first sacred artifact that he had forged and could be kept as a memento. Other than the Green Abyss sword that his Grand Master Yuan Jingfeng had personally forged for him, Yan Zhaoge had long since refined all his other spirit artifacts. Currently, the dark green bamboo cane that shone brightly within the internal crystal furnace was Yan Zhaoge's greatest money-eater. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not feel the slightest heartache as he was all smiles as he looked at that dark green bamboo cane. Money-eater aside, this was a treasure that Yan Zhaoge had personally forged from scratch, growing along with him step by step to this day. Its true potential had only just been revealed. Chapter 8:14. Tossing the dark green bamboo cane into the internal crystal furnace for refinement, having made all the necessary arrangements, Yan Zhaoge no longer had to keep an eye on it. As time passed, the furnace would naturally be opened when the time came. After a long period of trekking, Yan Zhaoge's group finally arrived at the Jade Sun Mountain Range's solitary heart peak. Looking from afar, the southern hillside was covered with a fiery red forest. The branches and leaves rose and fell as the wind blew, as if there was a raging fire burning in the mountains. Heavenly flame trees, and such a dense heavenly flame forest at that. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. With the guidance of the map recorded on the jade bead necklace, he could save himself the time to explore the Lone Heart Peak, and he went straight to the mountain stream below. A huge rift formed between the mountain peaks. A large number of heavenly flame trees hung above the rift, their leaves blotting out the sky. Yan Zhaoge entered the rift valley, heading downwards. Looking up, the rift above was narrow to begin with. Now that it was blocked by the branches and leaves, the canyon was instantly plunged into darkness. Only sporadic sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves. When they reached the depths of the canyon, it was almost impossible to see the light of day all year round. The heavenly flame tree was red all year round, and it almost never shed its leaves. Without sunlight, the environment in the canyon was unusually cold and damp. After observing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge came to a realization, no wonder there aren't any sects or powerful martial practitioners established here. When many heavenly flame trees gathered together, they would breathe in the vigorous life energy of the wood element and the fiery essence of fire. They were extremely hot and young. On the other hand, the valley below was filled with dense yin qi and cold qi. Seeing the environment here for the first time, Yan Zhaoge had still thought that being able to form a rarely seen land of the extremes of ice and fire, it would be a rare land of spiritual qi. But after careful observation, he discovered that the yang qi and yin qi had formed a strange balance. Not only did they not help each other, but they also cancelled each other out. As a result, the geography of the Lonely Heart Peak was extremely mediocre. Very few people would be interested in it. The Northern Ocean clone remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace to cultivate, assailing the bottleneck of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Exiting the hall, Yan Zhaoge sat on Pan Pan's back, allowing him to descend to the bottom of the mountain stream. After searching for a while in the mountain stream, he found the karst cave that the image on the jade necklace indicated. As Yan Zhaoge's group entered, they discovered that this karst cave was extremely deep and secluded, also extending in all directions. In the karst cave, it was hard to tell which direction to go. However, Yan Zhaoge already had a plan in mind as he cautiously took out a small brocade box. He opened the brocade box, and immediately, a golden light shone in the dark cave. With the help of the golden light, he could see a faint purple aura rising from the brocade box. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the encompassing abundance golden pill within the box. If my guess is correct, just as he was thinking about this, he saw the spirit pill in the brocade box tremble slightly. Then, it flew up into the air. Yan Zhaoge did not stop this encompassing abundance golden pill from flying out of the brocade box. Instead, his spirits rose as he followed after it. The grade of the encompassing abundance golden pill was too high. The spiritual qi and spirituality in this golden pill was far from being as simple as it looked. However, due to the long passage of time, in order to preserve its spirituality, this golden core had sealed off the leakage of its own spiritual energy. In other words, the spiritual core was like a life form that was currently in a deep slumber. It was like an animal hibernating, concealing its own vitality and spirituality to avoid the corrosion of the outside world. Therefore, on the way here, Yan Zhaoge had a thought. If this place really led to the secret treasure that Sun Zhongda spoke of. If that secret treasure really was a supreme treasure like the profound sky-purple gold furnace. If this encompassing abundance golden pill had indeed been concocted by the profound sky-purple gold furnace. If a greater part of the spirituality of this pill could still be preserved. Then, here, this encompassing abundance golden pill might be able to point out a path for him. There were too many prerequisites and assumptions here. If any of them failed, the plan would fail. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was very relaxed as he did not hold any especially high hopes. At most, he would think of other methods to slowly search for it after failing. Still, it looked like his luck was not bad. From the current state of the encompassing abundance golden pill, his earlier plan had actually succeeded. The reaction of this encompassing abundance golden pill is equivalent to proving Sun Zhongda's guess. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Sun Zhongda guessed that the secret treasure that he was looking for was likely the supreme pill Dao treasure of the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Still, this was just a guess at the end of the day. Before there was any concrete evidence, it was still just a guess at the end of the day. Through his experiments with the encompassing abundance golden pill, Yan Zhaoge had confirmed that this guess was likely correct. Firstly, a path leading to the secret treasure was indeed concealed within this cave. Secondly, the pill furnace or medicinal cauldron used to concoct this encompassing abundance golden pill existed within the secret treasure. Then, there was an 80% chance that this pill furnace was the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Being able to have such a miraculous effect, engraving such a deep mark on the pill, being able to cause the encompassing abundance golden pill to react even after such a long period of wear and tear, possibly being extremely far away, this was not something that ordinary pill concoction furnaces could achieve. Finally, even if it was not the profound sky-purple gold furnace, it should still be some other furnace that was not inferior to it in terms of quality. This secret treasure indeed existed. There was evidence to back it up as it was priceless. Yan Zhaoge naturally had to try his luck with such a fortuitous encounter. If the pill hall still existed, if he could find its whereabouts on this trip, its value would be immeasurable. Of course, this trip might also be dangerous as there would be many competitors for him. Yan Zhaoge followed behind the encompassing abundance golden pill, looking at it as it flew through the air. As they advanced, it could be clearly noticed that the speed at which the encompassing abundance golden pill was gradually increasing. After traversing the cave that extended in all directions for a while, the encompassing abundance golden pill finally came to a halt, hovering amidst a stalactite as it shook slightly in midair. Yan Zhaoge halted, silently sensing it. Even with his sensory abilities, it was only after a long time that he discovered something. Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony as the cloud-commanding spear appeared within his hands before he stabbed out at a stalactite. That stalactite did not shatter as a small black dot appeared where the spear had touched it. The black dot gradually expanded, turning into a jet-black crevice of space. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. A tiny crevice had once been ripped open in space here, forming a dimensional passageway. Afterwards, the crevice had healed. Still, like a wound that had formed a scar, traces could still be seen. Yan Zhaoge's earlier spear strike had reopened that wound. After keeping the encompassing abundance golden pill and the cloud-commanding spear, Yan Zhaoge leapt into the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace transformed into a streak of light, shooting swiftly into that crevice of space. Passing through numerous layers of space, Yan Zhaoge landed within a foreign dimension. Just feeling the spiritual chi flow within this foreign dimension slightly, Yan Zhaoge knew that this place was extremely massive. Unlike the foreign dimensions that he had been to before, the dimensions here were exceptionally stable. Even if numerous martial saint experts battled here, the foreign dimension might still not shatter. Rather than saying that this was a foreign dimension, it would be better to say that it was a world of its own. Being able to form such a dimension meant that there was definitely an extraordinary existence here. It was either a person or a treasure. Chapter 8:15. Gazing about, Yan Zhaoge saw that the sky here was suffused with a faint purple qi that resembled a clump of clouds. Golden light vaguely emanated from within the purple clouds, resembling sunlight that had been obstructed. However, the heavens and the earth were vast and empty. While there were mountains and rivers, no other living beings could be seen. Yan Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly as he could smell a faint medicinal fragrance. He strode forward once more, heading forward. The world before him was boundless. As he released the encompassing abundance golden pill once more, it instead showed no signs of activity as it quieted down. It was as if it could return to its roots as long as it returned to this foreign dimension, incomparably satisfied. Yan Zhaoge kept the encompassing abundance golden pill before beginning to advance based on his sensory abilities. Now, it was mainly through his sense of taste and smell that Yan Zhaoge was able to distinguish whether the medicinal fragrance was dense or faint before heading in the direction where it was denser. Indeed, after flying for a while, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he landed on the top of a mountain peak. After searching carefully for a moment, Yan Zhaoge discovered a bit of faint blue light on a protruding rock midway up the mountain. As he approached it, he saw that the blue light seemed to be embedded within the rocky cliff. The source of the light was clearly a black pill the size of an adult's thumb, its surface flickering with a blue luster unceasingly. Gazing carefully, there seemed to be tides rising and falling within the black pill. As he got closer, the sound of waves even resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ears. Profound Essence Black Water Pill. After recalling for a moment, Yan Zhaoge identified what this pill was. For martial practitioners who cultivated in water attribute martial arts or martial arts related to the refined chi of water, this was a supreme treasure that no amount of gold could buy. In this world, it was rare for a single pill to cause one's cultivation base to immediately advance by leaps and bounds. Still, there were always exceptions to everything. This profound essence black water pill was one of them. It could be of great benefit to martial practitioners who cultivated in water attribute martial arts or those who cultivated with the help of the refined chi of water. For those below the martial saint realm, the effects would virtually be instantaneous. For those of the martial saint realm, the effects would not be as quick. Still, it would still be greatly beneficial to their cultivation, allowing them to improve greatly in the process of cultivation. Looking at this pill, what Yan Zhaoge cared about the most was not the pill itself. Instead, it was this profound essence black water pill which had similarly been produced by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace that year. Yan Zhaoge inserted a golden needle within, infusing his true essence within and carefully sensing and inspecting it. A moment later, a quizzical look appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. If I am not wrong, unlike that encompassing abundance golden pill, this pill seems to have been concocted not too long ago. He surveyed his surroundings. Although this space is unique, being able to seal the spiritual chi of pills from leaking out and helping to preserve their spirituality, if they were really concocted before the great calamity, they still shouldn't have been preserved to such an extent. It feels like it'll only take a dozen or so years for it to succeed. Yan Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated. Someone has long since beaten us to this place, even using the profound sky-purple gold furnace to concoct pills here. He frowned and suppressed the doubts in his heart, then carefully took out the profound blackwater pill before continuing forward. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge discovered a few pills scattered about. The clear light longevity pill, the purple chi golden jade pill, the myriad wonder flying star pill, the sacred heaven pill, the vast cold pill. All of these were immortal pills produced by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Amongst them, some felt ancient, possibly having been left behind from before the great calamity. There were also some that felt very new, seeming like they had only been concocted recently. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge rapidly collected the pills that he encountered. Still, he no longer specifically searched for them as he instead hastened his pace. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge had already profited greatly from his gains thus far. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would probably collectively go crazy. Even powers like the Grand Xian dynasty, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Whale Breath sect would be envious. Still, Yan Zhaoge was naturally not satisfied with his current gains. After who knew how long, the world before Yan Zhaoge's eyes finally showed somewhat different scenes. Above the great earth stood a tall tower that flickered with radiance, resembling an altar. That tower had a total of 7 levels. Golden light wreathed it as streams of purple chi rose straight into the heavens from the top of the tower, resembling a pillar of smoke. Having arrived in the sky, the dense purple chi came into contact with the auspicious purple clouds in the sky before a distorted scene like a vortex was formed. However, the strangest thing was that the swirling pillar of smoke looked like a still image. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge strode up that tall tower. The tall tower indeed had its own restrictions. Still, it did not possess any hostile or offensive power. Swept along by that pillar of smoke that resembled a pillar that supported the heavens, Yan Zhaoge's figure immediately shot upwards, shooting into the clump of purple clouds above his head. Entering the clump of purple clouds, everything was blurry before his eyes as he was unable to distinguish between up and down, left and right. Still, a door of golden light soon appeared. Yan Zhaoge did not hesitate as he strode into the door of golden light. After the light had dissipated, the world before him abruptly opened up. The surrounding scenery was the same as before. Still, carefully sensing it, Yan Zhaoge discovered that this was shockingly already a different heaven and earth. The spiritual chi flow here was similar to that of that foreign dimension earlier. Still, there were minute yet distinct differences as one could easily tell that these were 2 different foreign dimensions. No, it should be said that this foreign dimension is even vaster and more profound than I thought earlier. Stroking his lower chin, Yan Zhaoge turned and gazed over. Indeed, he saw an identical tall tower of 7 levels before him. Still, there was no dense purple qi rising into the heavens from the top of this tower. Feng Yunqing said, from the looks of it, this place is actually split into different levels. We went from the lower level to the upper level. Yan Zhaoge nodded, glancing at that 7-story pagoda at the same time. Did this pagoda symbolize that this unique foreign space was also divided into 7 levels? Then, how should I go to the next level? Are there other pagodas elsewhere? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. If the mechanism of this tall tower before him was activated, it should send him back to the previous level. It was just that he did not know if that level was the lowest level. Yan Zhaoge's group moved once more. In this level of heaven and earth, there were still scattered medicinal pills. With finding the pagoda as their main goal, Yan Zhaoge and the others did not intentionally search for the scattered pills. Still, they casually picked up the pills that were right before their eyes as they passed by. After paying attention for a while, they discovered that while there were not many pills scattered here and there seemed to be slightly more of them than in the level below. From the looks of it, the higher up we go, the more good things there are. If that's the case, a precious treasure like the profound sky purple gold furnace is likely at the highest level and not the lowest level. After spending some time, they successfully ascended to the next level. Here, Yan Zhaoge's group continued trying to find a path to continue upwards. This time, however, a special situation drew their attention. There were indeed more divine pills and miraculous medicines scattered in this level of heaven and earth than in the previous 2 levels. Still, there were some places where the traces of pills from earlier were still present, yet the pills had disappeared. Ah, whose expression was a rare solemn one, young master, they have clearly been picked up by someone else. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. It was not someone who concocted pills more than 10 years ago. Instead, someone else came here just a little earlier than us. Chapter 8:16. There were more pills scattered on this new level than on the previous 2 levels. Still, a considerable portion of them had been picked up. As for the rest, there were both new pills and old pills. This meant that the ones who had picked up the pills were not the ones who had concocted the new pills. Someone arrived here earlier than us, but it shouldn't have been too long. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly, otherwise, the profound sky purple gold furnace would probably already be gone. The encompassing abundance golden pill would not have reacted at the Jade Sun Mountain Range's solitary heart peak in the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunqing said, still, there are no signs of the pills being picked up from the 2 levels below. If they came here earlier than us, why did they only pick up this level and let go of the 2 levels below? Is it because the divine pills here are better? Hearing her question, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. No, the divine pills scattered on different levels do not differ much in quality. It is just that the higher up you go, the more there are. Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. There is one possibility. Those who entered here, us included, did not necessarily end up on the first level or at the bottommost level. Up until now, Yan Zhaoge's group was actually uncertain whether the level they had first arrived in was the bottommost level of this foreign dimension. The so-called first level was relative to themselves. By the same logic, Yan Zhaoge was actually uncertain how long it would take for them to reach the top level. Meanwhile, on this current level, those who had picked up a portion of the divine pills might only be the first level to them. If that existence that resembled a pagoda whilst also an altar just happened to lead to a higher level, most people would regard their current location as the bottommost level. If their final goal was the top of the pagoda, this would actually not be wrong. It was just that Yan Zhaoge's group was comparatively more tragic. Compared to that unknown group of competitors, they had climbed at least 2 more levels. Also, the other party might have already advanced to a higher level even faster than them. Time suddenly became pressing. Even Xiao Ai's expression turned solemn. Because of a certain problem, everyone had no choice but to pay attention to it. They were unable to ascertain whether the level they had started from was the bottommost level or the intermediate level. If they had started from the intermediate level, they had already ascended 3 levels now. If this foreign space really had 7 floors, then it was not impossible that the floor above their heads was the top of the tower. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, thinking too much about it is pointless. Let's hurry up. The group continued searching for the pagoda that led to a higher level. This time, just having stood on it, Yan Zhaoge had a rough idea. There are traces of other people using it. The remnant aura of power indicated that when the other party had just ascended the pagoda, he was full of vigilance, afraid that the ritual would harm him, so he adopted a defensive posture. Rising into the sky through the mechanism, entering the purple clouds and passing through the door of light, Yan Zhaoge and the others arrived at the 4th level of their trip. Just having descended from the pagoda, Yan Zhaoge felt a sense of foreboding arise within his heart. He looked into the distance and saw a few people floating in the sky, moving away from the direction of the pagoda. The other party didn't walk very fast. As he walked, he seemed to be inspecting his surroundings. However, feeling the changes in the pagoda behind them, they immediately swiveled their heads in that direction. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's group, they were slightly taken aback. The two of them stared at each other from afar, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. The gazes of Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and the others immediately fell on one of them. While this person clearly wasn't the one with the highest cultivation base amongst them, everyone's gazes still involuntarily fell on her first. She was tall, dressed in red clothes and a white skirt with a silver fox shawl draped over her shoulders. Her features were flawless, resembling blooming flowers as she was exceptionally beautiful, drawing the attention of others at first glance as she became the focal point of the crowd. This woman might not be the most beautiful. At the very least, there were existences who were not inferior to her amongst those whom Yan Zhaoge had seen before. Still, when beauties of the same level stood together, she was likely to be the first to be noticed by bystanders. As compared to Feng Yunsheng, who grew more pleasing to the eye the more one looked at her, this woman was the first to draw one's attention as it shook one's soul. She was a feast for the eyes, a feast for the eyes. Still, aside from that first instant, Yan Zhaoge's focus was on something other than her appearance. For example, her cultivation base. While they had not clashed, this woman clearly had the same habit as Yan Zhaoge in not concealing her aura. Yan Zhaoge roughly observed her. Her cultivation base should be at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. She should still have yet to break through space and see true divinity. Still, she was extremely young to the point that even Yan Zhaoge had to look at her rather differently. This was because she was only slightly older than Yan Zhaoge. In other words, her age when she had transcended mortality and entered sainthood would not be much older than when Yan Zhaoge had entered the martial saint realm. She was even younger than Yan Di had been when he had become a martial saint. Of course, Yan Di had always been cultivating in the environment of the 8 extremities world before this. The martial arts that he cultivated in were also the clear chi profound art that could hardly be regarded as peak in the world beyond worlds. There were 2 early seeing divinity martial saints beside this woman. Therefore, it was not likely that she was from the lower worlds as she should have been from the world beyond worlds. Even so, this woman's cultivation base and speed of improvement could be said to be universally shocking. In comparison to her lifespan at her current cultivation base, to classify her as a young girl would be to call her old. It would still be fine if she merely possessed a high cultivation base at a young age. Still, generally speaking, geniuses who cultivated at shocking speeds would also possess extraordinary combat prowess under most circumstances. This was especially so for experts who had already attained the martial saint realm. Most of them had slaughtered their way through countless bloody battles. So-called geniuses who were lacking in combat prowess would basically have been washed away by the great waves, having perished early on. Yan Zhaoge himself and his father Yan Di were the best examples of this. At this moment, this was similarly being displayed to the point of perfection on this woman. Yan Zhaoge was virtually certain that while this woman was only at the third level of the martial saint realm, her strength stably surpassed that of her fourth level martial saint companions beside her. She did not rely on her accompanying treasures, instead relying on her bare fists and her own strength. This woman occupied the central position of their group, drawing everyone's attention not just because of her appearance but also because of her strength. While she did not intentionally display it, her unconcealed aura naturally emanated, attention-drawing effect. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation bases, observing a group of people, they would naturally first pay attention to the one who posed the greatest threat. Back then, the Northern Ocean clone of the third level of the martial saint realm had been unable to defeat the Radiant Light sect elder Qing Song of the fourth level of the martial saint realm. Still, as he had unceasingly cultivated in the great wilderness fishrock art and refined the essence blood of the Tao Tai and the essence qi of a true dragon into his body, tempering himself with the King Xian spear, the Northern Ocean clone's combat prowess had risen unceasingly at the same cultivation level. If the Northern Ocean clone had possessed his current quality back then, he would have been able to stably defeat Qing Song. Still, Yan Zhaoge's intuition told him that the current Northern Ocean clone might not be this woman's match at the same cultivation level. Because they had not actually clashed, who knew what special methods the other party had? Therefore, this was still the most conservative estimate. The Northern Ocean clone's current growth had been due to his supreme talent and supreme martial arts as well as many fortuitous encounters and resources. What kind of background had been able to groom such a heaven's favored daughter? Chapter 8:17. Could she be Fu Ting? Feng Yunsheng asked Yan Zhaoge via sound transmission. As a fellow woman, she also felt dazzled by the other party's beauty. However, like Yan Zhaoge, what she was more concerned about was the fact that the cold sun divine saber had secretly vibrated slightly when facing this woman. This told Feng Yunsheng that the other party's strength definitely could not be measured with that of an ordinary expert of the third level of the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge answered, "It is very possible, but having not seen her fight with the people beside her, it is still hard to confirm her martial legacy." During his stay at Golden Court Mountain, Yan Zhaoge had naturally inquired more about the current peak experts of the world beyond worlds from Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang, and the others so as to know himself as well as his enemies. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory itself, as well as the southern Blazing Heaven territory that had a grudge with them, were naturally important to understand. Apart from that, Yan Zhaoge was naturally extremely interested in the lofty 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as well as the central June Heaven territory's Kunlun Mountain. At that level, the knowledge of Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang and the others would also be relatively limited. Yan Zhaoge would naturally not be able to directly ask the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia about this. However, while it was limited, Yan Zhaoge and the others still knew some basic information. Mu Jun's knowledge and experience were very extensive. Of the current peak younger generation of the world beyond worlds, the favored sons of heaven, there was a name that Mu Jun mentioned repeatedly. Supreme Red Lotus, Fu Ting. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood at such a young age, Mu Jun said frankly that of all the people he knew, besides Yan Zhaoge, no one had been faster than Fu Ting. Although she was a woman, she had fought countless battles in her life and had never tasted defeat. She had defeated almost all of her peers and even those who were much older than her. His powerful strength had crushed countless geniuses and demons, and he was known as the pride of the pride of the pride of the pride. When he was a transcendent martial grandmaster, he defeated a martial saint expert. This was a peerless genius who reigned supreme over all those of the same generation in the entire world beyond worlds, not just limited to a single region or a single cultivation level. Moreover, according to Mu Jun, this woman was an all-rounder. Aside from her shocking martial arts talent and outstanding combat strength, she was also proficient in arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging. It was rumored that Fu Ting was quite knowledgeable in taming spirit beasts. Simply put, he seemed to be a genius who could do well no matter what he did. On top of that, his appearance was outstanding. To her peers, she was as annoying as their neighbor Xiao Ming, who scored 20 points more than them in every exam. She single-handedly suppressed countless geniuses of the same age. The monstrous geniuses who were the center of attention of the world often seemed ordinary when they stood next to her. The simplest example was the two seeing divinity martial saints standing beside her. While Yan Zhaoge felt that Fu Ting could stably defeat these two, this did not mean that he felt that they were weak. On the contrary, these two martial practitioners of the fourth level of the martial saint realm were very powerful, true experts, as their strength surpassed that of Qing Song and Zhang Chao at the same cultivation level. They should be from the same sect as Fu Ting, and the martial arts they practiced were equally exquisite. Their strength was outstanding, and they were the cream of the crop in the same realm. In truth, being able to attain the fourth level of the martial saint realm meant that their talent was similarly extraordinary in the first place. They were supreme geniuses who surpassed countless others of the same generation. Even so, standing before Fu Ting, who was at the third level of the martial saint realm, these two people still appeared rather weak. Whose voice sounded a little guilty at this time. If it's Fu Ting, isn't that, Yan Zhaoge smiled, the daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Who drew back the corners of his li in the world beyond worlds, the exalts of 10 territories reigned over the 8 extremities world. Above the exalts of 10 territories were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who resided at the central June Heaven Territory's new Kunlun Mountain. That was the true core of the world beyond worlds, also the source of this world. The Brocade Emperor, also known as the Brocade Emperor, was one of the current 5 emperors, one of the most powerful bigwigs of the world beyond worlds. The Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting was precisely the Brocade Emperor's only daughter. Having obtained his daughter at an old age, the Brocade Emperor doted on her greatly. Fu Ting had clearly not lost face for him either. In Mu Jun's words, from what he knew, before meeting Yan Zhaoge, he had not seen anyone who was more talented than Fu Ting. While the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories mostly had disciples, not all of them had descendants. As soon as one appeared, countless pairs of eyes would immediately pay attention to them. Meanwhile, these descendants of the emperors were born with powerful foundations and outstanding martial arts. With abundant resources and outstanding guidance, they would basically all be able to grow up to become dragons and phoenixes among men. While they might not be all that outstanding in terms of character and temperament, they would rarely fail in terms of ability. The son of the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui, was a classic example. Regardless of his character, he was extremely strong in terms of strength. At the late Seeing Divinity stage, he was able to challenge an immortal bridge martial saint barehanded. As compared to a third-level martial saint facing off against a fourth-level martial saint, the difficulty was undoubtedly much higher. In the world beyond worlds, besides the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, Zhuang Chaohui was likely the strongest martial practitioner of the same cultivation level that Yan Zhaoge had personally encountered. At the same cultivation level, there was only the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua who might be able to battle him. Kang Ping could give it a try if it was anyone else, but he would most likely be inferior. In the world beyond worlds, however, virtually everyone thought that Fu Ting would be able to defeat Zhuang Chaohui at the same cultivation level. As Mu Jun discussed this, he retracted his smile slightly as he said very earnestly, barring any major accidents, Fu Ting will definitely become another female emperor in the future. The female emperor was one of the 5 emperors alongside Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor. This was basically the common understanding of the world beyond worlds as well as everyone's expectations of Fu Ting. The 3 sovereigns had all expressed their attention towards Fu Ting. Therefore, when such a young female expert had suddenly appeared before them, the first guess that popped up in the minds of Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Hu was that it was Fu Ting. And the truth proved that their guess was not wrong. Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks Red Lotus Cliffs Fu Ting. How do I address these friends? Which world do you hail from? That red-clothed, white-robed woman walked over from afar, asking. The people beside her followed Fu Ting back, walking back to the vicinity of the pagoda once more. Fu Ting gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Like her, Yan Zhaoge did not intentionally release his aura. Still, he did not restrain it either. This allowed others to easily discern his cultivation base and true age. When the two were combined, even Fu Ting and the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples felt shocked. Without actually clashing, it was hard to judge Yan Zhaoge's actual strength. Still, Fu Ting vaguely had the feeling that the man before her was the same type of person as her. Is this his true age? Or has he faked it through some other method? Fu Ting thought, if it is his true age, it would be impossible for me not to know that such a figure has appeared in the world beyond worlds. Unless he was not of the world beyond worlds at all. It was very rare for such an outstanding figure to appear in the lower worlds. Then, of the prime clear direct lineage? This was the first thought that flashed through Fu Ting's mind. Still, her heart soon jolted slightly as she recalled something. Yan Zhaoge now laughed lightly. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. I have mainly been moving about the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds recently. Fu Ting raised her brows slightly. You are Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 8:18. Others aside, hearing Yan Zhaoge's name, Fu Ting's expression changed somewhat. Yan Zhaoge smiled. While I encountered someone impersonating me in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory just now, the person they wanted to deceive had limited knowledge. Fu Ting appraised Yan Zhaoge with a glance, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth as well. Low-level tricks aside, I heard that a senior of the prime clear lineage concocted a pill known as the form dispelling pill. It is a sacred pill for disguising one's appearance. Besides those who are familiar with it, it would definitely be hard to distinguish the real from the fake. If someone impersonates you, it doesn't matter if the victim has good eyesight. You have to be familiar with the person being impersonated. Moreover, there's also the rare treasure, the imitation-killing jade. Although its effect is short, it doesn't have any flaws on the outside. Fu Ting said, still, this has nothing to do with me, because I have only heard of Yan Zhaoge's name before, not knowing what he looks like. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The true cycle art that the southeastern exalt Chao Jia cultivated in was indeed a manifestation of the direct lineage of the heaven-reigning Purple Tenuity Grand Sovereign Emperor. However, as one of the four Imperials, the Lord of the Stars, the great Emperor Polestar, had once listened to the teachings of the Supreme Clear Sect's founder, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. To a certain extent, it could even be considered a direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. In the past, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had established the path of enlightenment for the people, laying the foundation for the martial arts of the future generations. Refining the acupoints to become a god, cultivating the internal universe, turning the acupoints into stars, resonating with the stars of the real universe outside, and thus becoming one with heaven and earth. The root of this path was the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. The heaven-reaching Purple Tenuity Great Emperor's control of the stars was the embodiment of the essence of this train of thought. There were few direct descendants of the Grand Clear lineage. If one really had to be found, while the Tao Arena and Cave Manor of the Southeastern Exalt shared the same name as the Cave Manor of the legendary Lord of the Taoist Way of the Jade Clear lineage, it could be considered a rare direct descendant of the Grand Clear lineage in the current world beyond world's Golden Court Mountain. Meanwhile, the Brocade Emperor of the Five Emperors was of another rare lineage of the Grand Clear direct lineage. Therefore, amongst the peak experts of the world beyond worlds, the Brocade Emperor was on rather good terms with the Southeastern Exalt as they were of the same branch. A monstrous genius like Yan Zhaoge had appeared right under the Southeastern Exalt's nose, also possibly being related to the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary. If he had any interactions with the Brocade Emperor, he would definitely mention this matter. Yan Zhaoge did not find it strange that the Brocade Emperor had heard of his name before. However, it was hard to say if he would mention it to his daughter. From the looks of it now, however, Fu Ting had clearly heard of Yan Zhaoge's name from her father. Crossing his arms before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Then what does Miss Fu mean? Let's see who's the real deal. Just by measuring his weight with our own hands, it'll be easier to determine if he's real or not." Most martial artists were arrogant, and they were sharper than others. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Fu Ting said, "If you are willing to teach me, of course I would like to have a look at the once-in-a-lifetime genius that Uncle Chow spoke of and exchange pointers with him. However, I have no ill intentions, nor do I wish to force you to make a move. As for proving your identity, please display that legendary Extreme Yang seal. It would be more effective than exchanging blows, because I do not know what martial arts Yan Zhaoge possesses in the first place. Therefore, as compared to you personally, the Extreme Yang seal is more effective as proof. Of course, if you are a fake, yet possess the ability to borrow or wrest away the Extreme Yang seal from the real Yan Zhaoge, that is another matter altogether." Fu Ting said straightforwardly, "It is fine if you do not want to display the Extreme Yang seal. We have no enmity between us in the past. Whoever you are, there is no need for us to battle. Still, I admit that I am very curious about your cultivation base and would rather like to experience it for myself." Yan Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, "Oh? Even though we are currently in the same foreign dimension, being in a competitive relationship due to the treasures here, it is still like this?" Fu Ting said mildly, "That's right." She now glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Besides Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng had drawn Fu Ting's attention as well. It was not just because Feng Yunsheng was similarly outstanding in appearance. More than that, Fu Ting actually felt an aura from her that could threaten her somewhat. Could a martial grandmaster possess such strength? Even if she possessed a great treasure, it should not be something that a martial grandmaster should be able to wield. Fu Ting trusted her intuition greatly. Such a strange situation naturally drew her attention. Connecting this with the bits and pieces that her father had once mentioned, Fu Ting roughly understood what was going on. "I know that you are curious. I seem certain that I will be able to take you all down while you feel that I and my fellow disciples here are unable to do so. First, not speaking of how much praise Uncle Chow has for you." Fu Ting's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "You, the two of you, if you really possess the Extreme Yang seal, the Extreme Yin crown and the Rahu saber and are able to wield their power, you would indeed be extremely powerful. Even an immortal bridge martial saint might not be able to take you down." Despite her words, Fu Ting's tone was very calm. "Still, after coming here and discovering the abnormalities here, we have already reported it to Ingenious Flying Peak." She looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Seniors will be hurrying over very soon. Believe me, it is not as simple as just an immortal bridge martial saint." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. If Fu Ting was not bluffing, Yan Zhaoge would indeed be rather taken aback. It was not that he feared someone from Ingenious Flying Peak. Instead, he was rather taken aback by Fu Ting's way of handling things. A secret realm like this basically belonged to a person's fortune. If someone found their way in, they would first have to satisfy themselves. If they really could not take it down themselves, they would then consider whether they should seek for reinforcements or not. The younger and more outstanding a genius, the more powerful they were and the more confident they were. When had there ever been someone like Fu Ting, directly calling for reinforcements right after discovering a place? Granted, she was the Brocade Emperor's only daughter. If Ingenious Flying Peak obtained any benefits, they would definitely not miss out on her, as they would also prioritize her. Her current choice was actually the most efficient one, as she had the greatest chance of success. This was a condition that other disciples of Ingenious Flying Peak did not possess. Still, for a youth who had achieved success at a young age, wasn't this choice a little too cowardly? Still, Fu Ting just happened to have a strong personality. While she was the Brocade Emperor's daughter, her current fame had been forged by herself as she had trampled countless geniuses of the same generation beneath her feet. To put it bluntly, her father might not even have been able to defeat her at her age and cultivation level. Yan Zhaoge could not help but appraise Fu Ting, thinking, as a martial practitioner, while it is unavoidable that she has an intense desire to win, she is still a very calm person. Fu Ting said, "This foreign dimension is outside of the world beyond worlds. It can also be considered fate that we met here. You are a junior that Uncle Chao admires greatly. If you can prove your identity, it would be fine for us to travel together. Everyone will have a share of the divine pills and miraculous medicines here. I can similarly understand that you do not want to produce the extreme Yang seal as proof. How can peerless treasures be casually shown to others? A heaven's favored son like you might not be willing to prove anything to others. My ingenious flying peak won't clear the area and drive everyone away, so everyone can still move about freely. However, what you're able to obtain here will depend entirely on your own ability. If a fight or conflict arises because of treasures, then we won't show mercy." Chapter 8:19. Fu Ting looked calmly at Yan Zhaoge. "If you can drive all of us and our clan's seniors who have come later out of this place, that is also your ability. Still, if we are not their match and you still have the strength to send a message for reinforcements, we will naturally seek reinforcements from Ingenious Flying Peak. If you have the ability to kill them all, then we naturally can't. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." With her status and the strength of her father, the Brocade Emperor, behind her, Fu Ting's words could actually not be considered too domineering. However, the way she spoke was like a raging inferno, full of pressure. "If you want to use the time difference to kill us quickly, then take the treasure and leave quickly. I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. When I entered this place, I already sent a message to the sect. By now, the people from the sect should be arriving soon. When you first appeared from this pagoda, I actually thought that you were my seniors from the same sect." Fu Ting raised her brows slightly as she looked straight at Yan Zhaoge. Moreover, victory and defeat are still unknown before clashing. Even if you possess the extreme Yang seal, as you are not an immortal bridge martial saint, the power of your treasures would still be limited. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he was completely unaffected by Fu Ting's aura. He smiled nonchalantly. This Yan has also heard of the relationship and friendship between the Brocade Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt. As Miss Fu says, we have no enmity between us in the past, no enmity between us in the recent past. There is no need for us to fight, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. However, just because there is no need for us to fight doesn't mean that we won't. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Of those of the merging avatar martial saint level whom I am interested in sparring with, there is probably only you, Miss Fu." When the Ingenious Flying Peak cultivators heard this, they all frowned. While Yan Zhaoge seemed to hold Fu Ting in high esteem, Fu Ting was a late merging avatar martial saint while he himself was a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Fu Ting said, "Oh? In that case, I would really like to experience it for myself." Even knowing that Yan Zhaoge might possess the extreme Yang seal, she remained calm and composed. With her background and current cultivation, she definitely did not lack mid-grade saint artifacts, and it was very likely that she had more than one. With her cultivation, she might not be able to use a high-grade saint artifact, but even if she did not have a high-grade saint artifact with her, she would most likely have some other unique treasures. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "However, now is not the time." When the Ingenious Flying Peak cultivator heard this, he revealed a look of disdain. Yan Zhaoge ignored it as he said mildly, "Not wanting to fight now is because this Yan does not want to give others the chance to reap the benefits while the sandpiper and the clam fight. As I said earlier, we are only fighting out of interest, out of pride. It is not because of enmity that must be fought. Since that's the case, if you want to spar, you can find another time and place. There's no need to do it in an environment where a third party might interfere at any time. Yan Zhaoge laughed. If Miss Fu wishes to make a move, this yen will naturally accompany you. Still, since Miss Fu does not insist on measuring this yen's worth, that suits me perfectly. Fu Ting's eyes flickered. A third party? Yan Zhaoge did not answer, instead asking, this yen and my fellow disciple came from a place in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, passing through the dimensional passageway and arriving in this foreign dimension. I wonder where Miss Fu and your fellow disciple came from. Fu Ting said slowly, we found a door in the northern profound heaven territory. There are different entrances to this foreign dimension. Seeing your group, I already knew this. Yan Zhaoge nodded, continuing, this foreign dimension is divided into a few levels, the various entrances leading to different levels. To tell the truth, this level is the fourth level for this Yan's group. Still, it should only be the second level for Miss Fu and your group, right? Fu Ting frowned, you mean to say that someone might have arrived at a higher level before you and me? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, this possibility is not impossible. Still, what I actually want to say is that even if they are slower than us, we are still not completely free of worries. This is especially so for your lineage. While peak experts have hurried over as reinforcements, victory might not be assured. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, of course, if your father, the Brocade Emperor, had personally come over as soon as possible, there should be a great chance of success. Fu Ting appraised Yan Zhaoge with a glance, you can ascertain the identity of the third party. Or is it to say that this so-called third party is your reinforcements in the first place? Yan Zhaoge smiled, of course they are not with this yen. Still, this yen indeed knows who they are. He extended a finger and pointed upwards, I am not certain of their exact background and how many of them there are. Still, they are undoubtedly of the prime clear direct lineage. Hearing the words prime clear direct lineage, the expressions of Fu Ting and the others turned somewhat solemn. Yan Zhaoge said, to tell the truth, while this yen does not like you suspecting this yen's identity, it is also understandable. After all, I just finished off a few impostors. And one of them was precisely a descendant of the prime clear lineage who pretended to be me, making it easier for him to traverse the world beyond worlds. It was precisely after finishing him off that this yen obtained some clues that I came all the way to this foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the heavens and earth before him, still, I learned from him that he was not alone. Instead, there were other experts of his lineage who did not enter the world beyond worlds, instead directly coming here through extradimensional space. His gaze fell on Fu Ting once more, I believe that peak experts will be arriving very soon. I believe that Miss Fu should not be someone who is bluffing. Still, if not for the Brocade Emperor coming in person, the situation here might not be completely within your grasp. Yan Zhaoge smiled, speaking of which, this is not the world beyond worlds. Encountering descendants of the prime clear lineage here is also very normal, isn't it? Fu Ting glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge before suddenly laughing, her laughter as dazzling as fireworks amidst the night sky. Indeed, encountering descendants of the prime clear lineage here is very normal. It would really be rather suitable for a prime clear lineage disciple to impersonate Yan Zhaoge. Uncle Chao thinks highly of him, yet most people would not understand him or even have never seen him before. It would be very convenient for him to move about in the world beyond worlds, especially in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Fu Ting said, while I still cannot confirm whether this is true or not, I must first thank you for informing me of this matter regarding descendants of the prime clear lineage. This is information that I had not previously grasped. What I said earlier still stands. Still, there is a need for us to exchange blows now. As she said this, Fu Ting had already raised a pure white palm, whether you are Yan Zhaoge is not important. Still, I should at least ascertain whether you are a disciple of the prime clear lineage, acting like a thief crying thief here. She disdained launching a sneak attack as she only struck out with her palm after saying this. Black and white intermingled on her pure white palm at this moment, yin and yang embracing each other as a Taiji diagram was directly manifested. Accompanied by the circulation of the Taiji diagram, all things in this world seemed to collapse and collapse within, losing their original forms as they were transformed into the two chis of yin and yang, returning to their original state. Grand Cosmos 5 Manifestations, Taiji Yin Yang Palm. Yan Zhaoge laughed, I won't hide it from you. Only after seeing this move of yours can this Yan confirm that you are truly the daughter of the Brocade Emperor and not someone impersonating you. Amidst his laughter, he directly raised a hand, striking back with a palm. The two chis of yin and yang similarly intermingled within his palm, transforming into two fish of yin and yang embracing each other as the phenomenon of Taiji was manifested. Chapter 820. The two Taiji diagrams collided in the void. Before the two palms came into contact, the heaven and earth between them collapsed together. All kinds of tangible and intangible substances were destroyed into primordial yin and yang. It was hard to tell black from white. Two streams of air, one bright and one dark, were squeezed between the two palms, fluctuating back and forth. As the two Tai Chi diagrams spun, they formed a huge suction force, trying to absorb the yin and yang energies into their palms. However, the two sides affected each other, causing the yin and yang chi to be in a stalemate. The time and space in that area of the void seemed to have been frozen, and it maintained a state of being indistinct and non-existent. Seeing the Taiji diagram on Yan Zhaoge's palm, Fu Ting was not too surprised at first, so it is someone who cultivates in the yin-yang heavenly scripture. However, when the two Taiji diagrams collided head-on and the two palms collided, Fu Ting was immediately stunned. It's like the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the Taiji yin-yang palm of the grand clear direct lineage. What does he study? Fu Ting's gaze turned cold, and her expression turned solemn. A Taiji symbol also appeared in her eyes. As it spun, the power of her palm increased. At this moment, it was not only the bottom of Fu Ting's palm that was distorting. The space surrounding Fu Ting's body was also distorting and turning blurry. The vital energy rippled like boiling water, and everything seemed to be returning to the primordial yin and yang. However, the rotation of the Taiji diagram in her palm became slower and slower, gradually coming to a stop. Facing this move of Yan Zhaoge's, Fu Ting's first guess was that Yan Zhaoge had secretly circulated the yin-yang finger in the guise of a palm art. The three pure ones were one, and most of their principles were interlinked. The grand clear lineage cultivated in the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. Amongst them, the Taiji yin-yang palm was a supreme martial art of the jade clear lineage. It was similar to the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage in describing the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Fu Ting came from a learned family. Although she did not understand the yin-yang heavenly book, she understood the yin-yang heavenly book's abilities better than ordinary people. When the yin-yang heavenly scripture was cultivated to a certain level, it could shift yin and yang and reverse the universe. It could allow one to turn the attacks one was facing back to the enemy. It was no longer as simple as borrowing strength to fight strength. His opponent was strong and his martial arts profound, so it was not that easy to borrow strength. Instead, it was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to distort the most basic yin and yang qi in the world, thereby distorting the opponent's power. Therefore, upon seeing Yan Zhaoge's Taiji yin-yang palm, Fu Ting's first reaction was that Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the yin-yang finger were extremely high as he had reversed her Taiji yin-yang palm, thus forming a situation where she, Fu Ting, was fighting herself. Fu Ting gathered her spirit and pushed her palm force to the extreme, but she did not release it. Instead, she kept accumulating power until a vacuum appeared under her palm. In this way, even the yin-yang finger would not be able to borrow her strength. But something even more unexpected happened. Yan Zhaoge's palm force was unceasing, still attacking towards her with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Fu Ting's previous action of condensing and restraining her palm force had caused her to lose the initiative. The two qis of yin and yang formed from the destruction and restoration of all things were unceasingly absorbed by the taiji diagram on Yan Zhaoge's palm where they clashed. Yan Zhaoge's palm was even more vigorous than before as it jolted Fu Ting into retreat. Fu Ting was surprised. It's not the yin-yang finger. Carefully analyzing Yan Zhaoge's palm force, she discovered that it was indeed different from her own. Even though they were both the taiji yin-yang palms, they originated from different legacies. While they could both be considered to be of the grand clear direct lineage, they originated from different lineages. It was just that the shadow of the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage was still present within as Fu Ting was truly unable to discern Yan Zhaoge's origins. She had miscalculated and lost the initiative, falling to a disadvantage as her figure was directly jolted into retreat by Yan Zhaoge. Fu Ting's gaze flickered as streams of plain-colored cloud qi surfaced on her body. As soon as the cloud qi appeared, Fu Ting's figure instantly stabilized amidst space, stopping her declining momentum. Yan Zhaoge asked, "The grand plainness immeasurable body?" Fu Ting said, "You have good eyesight." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "It is too famous. It would be hard not to recognize it. Of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the grand plainness refined form was the immeasurable body. In the entire history of Taoism, it was one of the peak existences in terms of defensive power amongst the myriad martial arts. Combined with the grand beginning bright emptiness form that was also a supreme martial art of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the two manifestations combined as one, its defensive power was comparable to that of the 5 virtues. The Lord of Primordial Beginning had the primordial heavenly scripture that had been passed down throughout the world. While the Lord of Tao and Virtue who had established the foundation of the martial arts of the human Tao instead had fewer direct lineages, it was not that he did not have a scripture of his own, the Daedejing. The Daedejing of this world was not just a simple scripture of the Tao as it was also the convergence of the essence of the grand clear direct lineage, also known as the Daedejing or the grand supreme Taoist scripture. The Grand Cosmos 5 Manifestations was a supreme martial art recorded within, its most exquisite aspect being comparable to the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture. This was especially so for the first of the 5 manifestations, Grand Simplicity. From a certain perspective, it was similar to the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Fu Ting. Her identity as a direct descendant of the grand clear direct lineage was indisputable. It was just that he did not know if the Brocade Emperor's lineage was complete. Looking at Yan Zhaoge now, Fu Ting was troubled. Having clashed till now, she was instead increasingly unable to see through Yan Zhaoge's background. It could not be that Yan Zhaoge really was of the grand clear direct lineage and cultivated in the Taiji yin-yang palm, right? There were indeed traces of the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage in his martial Tao. Still, that palm art of his just now left Fu Ting feeling apprehensive. Her martial arts had clearly originated from him, yet she was unable to see through him. She had undoubtedly fallen into a disadvantageous position here. After that palm, Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm, smiling as he said nothing. He actually did not know the Taiji yin-yang palm. Speaking of which, the martial repository of the heavenly court of the divine palace had more or less collected martial arts of the jade clear direct lineage and the prime clear direct lineage in the past. Yet, there just had been none of the grand clear direct lineage. As a result, when Yan Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, the 3 purities had merged as one. The true intent of the grand clear lineage had required the Lord of Tao and Virtue to enlighten the masses and spread the seeds of virtue and virtue. Yet, after successfully taking this step, while he still used the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, it had long since ceased to be a sole jade clear lineage. The 3 purities merged as one, being profound beyond being profound. The peerless heavenly scripture manifested all arts, also being linked to grand simplicity of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. Meanwhile, the yin-yang heavenly scripture was linked to grand ultimate. Therefore, with Fu Ting's template before him, Yan Zhaoge was able to temporarily derive the Taiji yin-yang palm. While Fu Ting thought that he had not executed the yin-yang finger, Yan Zhaoge had actually still done so. If it were any other martial practitioner of the Jade Clear Direct lineage who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture or the yin-yang heavenly scripture, it would be very difficult for them to achieve this. Thus, Fu Ting was left puzzled. Yet, Yan Zhaoge was able to achieve this. While Fu Ting would eventually discover some clues about this if they continued fighting for a prolonged period of time, having only exchanged a single move, however she looked at it, Yan Zhaoge had indeed executed the Taiji yin-yang palm. Probing the other party to be a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage, she had instead found out that he was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage just like her. If it was not a coincidence, this would simply be a silent mockery. Fu Ting did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners could not help but stare at each other, feeling both amused and stifled. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.